live our lives in such a manner like that we are going to live for 100 years. So the same, the accountancy does the same. Then this principle is very important. Examiner is going to check on this principle. I'm not showing you the slide fully right now because of a reason. I will first, there is a first one question from my side. You give your observation, then we'll see the slide. Like today is what? Today is 13th of May. Okay. Today I'm taking your session on 13th of May. For this particular session, I am making a bill to double RVF on say 15th of May. Okay, I made the invoice on 15th of May for the lecture taken on 13th of May, and double RVF have paid me on 2nd of June. I repeat, I've taken the session on 13th, I made the invoice on 15th, and they are paying me on 2nd of June. In my books, when this amount will be noted, on 13th of May, on 15th of May when I build it, or on 2nd June. Now wait a minute, before answering, don't answer me right now, just listen to the full question. I am not talking about the cash book. Ki when the date, I'm not talking about the cash book date. I'm talking about the accrual date, when this amount accrues to me. Now answer me. That means I'm not talking about the cash book, like on what date the cash book will be entered upon. No, I'm not asking about that. I am asking the accrual date of this transaction, when it actually accrues to me.
15.
15th, okay. What about others? Because this is what examiner can have a check upon you.
Not understanding for this question, ma'am.
15th.
Okay. Arulji, are you saying me something?
Yes, ma'am. Not understanding for your question, ma'am.
You're not understanding. I just repeat myself, Arulji. What is there? Like today, I'm taking your session, right? Is it okay?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Okay. So for this session, I would be charging something to the double ARVF. So I'm just making the invoice on 15th of May, and they are paying me on 2nd of June. I am asking in my books when this amount will be accrued upon. That is when this amount will be saying that yes, it is belonging to Neha. Accrual says for that when it accrues upon. Is it okay now, Arulji?
Yes, ma'am.
So I got a mixed answers from you, and I'm telling I'm not asking about the cash book, that when the cash is received. No, I'm asking about the accrual, when I can note in my book. I'm asking this. So what is your answer, Arulji? Okay, many people are going with 13th, 15th also. Dhangraj is going with 15. Okay. So now here, understand one thing. It is very important. Our whole accounting is based on accrual method. When the action happened, that is the main date for accruing any expense. So when I actually did the action was to take the session, to take the lecture. And what is that date? That is 13, irrelevant to the invoice date, irrelevant to the payment date. Though I have made an invoice on 15th, but what the date I have mentioned on the invoice, that is 13th only. Okay, so invoice date and the cash
Yes, ma'am.
payment date doesn't matter to me. The matter to me is when the activity action have taken upon, and action was on 13th of May. Is anybody saying me something? Because again and again some voice is coming upon. Arulji, are you saying me something?
Yes, ma'am. The payment is received and still date for this entry for this entries accountancies.
See, payment is made on 2nd of June. That is irrelevant to me because I am not talking about the cash book. I'm talking about my account book. In my account book, I will be recording the transaction when the transaction has performed. I have performed my action on 13th of May. So in my book of account,
Right.
I will be entering that amount on 13th May. If you see this particular line, first para, last second line, regardless of when cash has received or when cash has been paid, that is matterless. What is the thing of matter is the delivery date. That matters a lot. Okay. So in my account books, that amount will be entered on the date of 13th. Now you will be saying, why Neha, this is so we are getting the payment on 2nd June. So yes, on 2nd June, it will be entered in my cash book. I'm not talking about cash book. I'm only talking about my account book. In my account book, it would be entered on the date of 13 because on 13th, I am having the hold on that payment because I've performed my action. It is irrelevant when I've invoiced it. It is irrelevant when I've received it. That is irrelevant in case. Okay. So remember this point well. The examiner can check you on these points. Okay. I will give you more explanation. Don't worry at all. Now, what is
Okay.
cash basis of accounting? It is exactly the opposite of accrual basis of accounting. Basis goes for when action is performed. Cash basis goes for when cash is received or paid. But as per the gap, like for doing accounting, we have to follow gap, that is generally accepted accounting principles. And for that purpose, we have to follow that when it is action is performed, we have to go for that day, not when it is invoiced or when it is paid. Like if you see the current PPT, what it is telling, accrual basis is always preferable. Why? Because gap requires to use the accrual basis, and also it keeps the matching principle well. So that amount will be reflected in my account book on 13th of May. In cash book, yes, it will be reflected on 2nd June only, but in my account book, it would be reflected on 13th May. Now, if you have any question, ask me right now. Okay, so I move ahead. Now, like you and me, like we celebrate our birthday in a year, so accountancy also goes for a year only. Okay, normally we make accountancy for a full year. In a full year, we can do things like that. We can do a quarterly accounting, we can do a half yearly accounting, that is allowed. But a normal accounting period is always of a year. And we can choose either the English calendar or the Indian calendar. Like for the taxation purpose, we always use the Indian calendar that starts with 1st of April and ends with 31st of March. If we are any BPO, if we are any foreign company, then can go for English calendar, that is from 1st of January to 31st of December. So the accounting period depends upon what kind of company you are tackling upon. Normally, we keep the Indian calendar. Then remember the point of money measurement. What is it money measurement? It is we only put the points in the accounts which can be converted into money. For example, like if I calculate my assets, what assets can I notify in my balance sheet? Can you name me some of the assets? Can you people name me some of the assets? Yes, please.
Movable, non-movable.
No, just name me the asset like cash, jewelry. What more you can give me the example of?
Furnitures, computers.
Furnitures, cash, land, furniture. property, building, my shares, just equipments, bank balance. Yes, yes, VSD, very good. The thing is, tell me, you have given me so many names of the assets. Tell me one thing, if I have to run my company well, who is the main source? My employees are the main source. Can I show them as my Shiva Balaji, you were saying me something? Shiva Balaji, are you saying me something?
No, ma'am. No, sorry, ma'am. It's unmuted.
Okay, it's okay. No problem. No problem, sir. No problem. So the I'm telling is, you have told me so many names: cash, jewelry, land, furniture, building, this and that. Tell me, if I have to run my company well, I need good employees. So why not we keep employees in assets side? Can you tell me that VSG is telling employees are not asset? Why they are not assets? They are the main people to run a business. Can anybody give me the logic why I cannot place them in the asset side? Yes, Kanishka sir, why cannot I put employees in the asset side?
Madam, because we are giving the remuneration in the form of money to them.
Yes, exactly. Karthikeyan ji, suppose if they are like permanent also, na, I cannot keep them. Why? The reason is that humans are priceless. They cannot be converted into the money things and all. Money, they are not money measured things. They are priceless ones. So just remember this particular point. We only put the transactions which are convertible into money in our accountancy. Then the cost concept, see, whatever the things we record, whatever the transactions we record, we always record them in at their cost. Okay, we never record them at their market price, so we always keep them the transaction at which they really incur upon. That is the cost thing and all. Thereafter, we come to the accounting conventions. We have to follow 4 accounting conventions. Number 1 is disclosure. That is, we need to disclose whatever is material for the company in our accounting. Materiality says for the material things only. Consistency. We need to be consistent while doing our accountancy. Like, for example, like how much, like we cannot change the methods on and off. There must be some logics behind changing the methods. Otherwise, we should preserve the consistency. Conservatism, yes, accountancy is very conservative. Why? Because they always look for the future probable losses. They never count for the future probable profits. So, yes, accountancy is a conservative one. Now, come to the main part. That is, what is a bookkeeping and what is a accountancy. Normally, always people tell me ki Neha, we cannot differ ki what is a bookkeeping, what is accountancy between each of them. So before making you understand the technical things, a very normal, what you do in your day-to-day life, you maintain your monthly expenses, that household expenses. Like I do that. So suppose this is my diary, okay? On my first page, on 1st May, I've written 30 transactions. For example, I've written transactions like for example, I've written milkman, electrician, waterman, mobile expenses, medical expenses, school expenses, stationery expenses, electric expenses, rent expenses. Yes, Arunji, are you saying me something? So tell me, out of these 30 expenses, if I tell you to find out how much rent I need to pay, so that would be easy one for you to find it out, or you have to scroll that 30 entries. Thereafter only you can find the same. Yes, please answer the same. You need to answer that because I want to gather your observations on this particular point so that you can understand the difference between a bookkeeping and accountancy. I'm saying on the first page of the diary, you are seeing 30 entries related to household expenses, and now you need to find out how much rent to pay to the landlord. So would you have to check these 30 entries, or you can get it very easily find out? Answer me. Then only I will move forward.
Oh, ma'am, it was easy to find out.
How is it easy? You have to scroll the 30 entries now. It will take time. It is not just, straight on your eyes. You have to check it out, like which is done, which is not done. Like a page is full of 30 entries. So at least you need to scroll 30 entries. Am I right, Arpitji? Suppose your entry was written on the point number 29. Then
Yes,
that
ma'am,
was easy task.
but rent was paid on a specific time, na?
No, suppose it was a random time. Okay, I don't take the example of rent. If I'm talking about the milkman,
Yes.
then
Then I have to install all the 30 entries. Yes.
okay. So what we are doing? Anybody saying me something? Okay. So what we are doing? This is the first page on which we have noted the 30 entries. Okay. What we are doing in the coming pages of the one page for milkman, one page for electrician, one page for water expenses, one for mobile expenses. Now tell me, if I say you to find out how much to pay to the milkman, now would it be easy or the difficult one?
Yes, ma'am, it will be easy now.
It would be easier, no? Why? Because there is a individualization of the expenses. So understand one thing. The first page, full of 30 entries, was an example of a bookkeeping. And that 30 pages, individual 30 pages, is an example of accounting. Now you will ask me, Neha, that Neha, ki if accountancy is easy, then why you do bookkeeping? Why you do 30 entries? Thereafter you post it in individual 30 pages. So see, yes, bookkeeping is quite tedious, but it is the foundation of the accounting. Where the bookkeeping ends, there the accounting starts. Okay, it doesn't mean that bookkeeping is an untidy thing. It is quite voluminous thing. It is not a retail thing. It is basically a wholesale thing. But where the bookkeeping ends, there the accounting starts. So it is the foundation point of a accounting. So if you see from the difference between the accountancy and the bookkeeping, bookkeeping is merely recording transaction. It is very scientifically it is done upon, and very in a very scientific manner it is keep upon. And accounting is what? It is basically giving individualization to each and everything. So as other person can understand the things well. That is bookkeeping is very important. Yes, yes. Arulji, you are saying very right. Bookkeeping is very important. If we don't do the bookkeeping, we cannot do the accounting at all. Okay. So this is the way how it both can be differ upon. A very normal example of day-to-day example is that suppose I got a Almira, new Almira. What I did, I just put all the stuffs, whatever is coming in my hand. I put the trousers, I put the shirts, my accessories, and all that. I have not arranged them compartment wise. If I tell you to find a handkerchief out of that lot, can you do it? No, it won't be that easy one. But suppose if I've arranged my almirah in that a way that one side I've just put up my trousers, one side shirts, one side belts, in one compartment I've just kept the shoes, socks. Now if I tell you to get me one handkerchief out of that, would it be an easy one in the second situation? Tell me yes or no. Yes, because the earlier one was the example of bookkeeping and the later one was the example of accountancy. Okay. So still, if people are having any confusion between accounting and bookkeeping, you can ask me right now. It is very important. Examiner is checking upon you this concept. So now what is a account? Okay, Arpaji. No, now what is a account? Account is basically a list of transaction which is falling under the same head. Okay, like in my milkman account, I will only be tackling the transaction related to milkman only. Now, this is very important. I expect 1 mark question from this particular slide. This this total topic is worth of 3 marks. So please see this point well. Now, how many types of accounts are there that we are talking upon the accounting? There are basically 3 kinds of accounts. Okay. Number one is personal account. What does the word suggest? The things related to person. So, in personal account, all the accounts related to natural persons as well as artificial persons will be under the ambit of the personal accounts. Natural persons like you and me, natural born persons. Can anybody give me the example of artificial persons? Yes, please. I want the example of artificial persons. Robots. Okay. No, not at all. Rent. It is not rent is not at all a person. So what is no artificial person? I mean to say, like natural person like you and me, which are born naturally. Artificial persons who are not born like you and me, they are born on papers. For example, note it down, it is important because examiner can have a check upon you. Artificial persons like school, hospital, bank, any association of persons, any institution of persons, they all will come under the ambit of the artificial person. What does official you mean by? Arulji, I didn't get your point. Can you please explain me the stuff? Arulji, can you please point me what you were talking about? I'm talking about, see, in personal account, 2 type of person would be there. Number one, normal natural persons like you and me. Second, that is the artificial persons, the persons who are born on papers, not like you and me, like bank, hospital, school, institutions, colleges, they all come under the ambit of the artificial person. Now, what you are saying, Arulji, can you please tell me your query?
Yes, ma'am. Artificial accounts is officials are schools and yes, is correct, ma'am.
Yes. You are correct now. Correct, Arulji, very correct. Right? So, personal account we have discussed upon. Now, what is a real account? Very simple definition of real account is that account which relates to assets are called as real account. So that means all the things related to asset will come under the real account. Example of assets: cash, furniture, land, building, jewelry, shares, investments. They all come under the ambit of the real account. Okay. So for personal persons, for real account, the asset things only. And the last one is the nominal account. The account which is related to the expenses, incomes, gains, and losses of the business are called as the nominal account. Can anybody give me the example of expense of a business or an income of a business? Easy one. There are n number of expenses in a business. What are they? Name any one or two. I'm waiting for you people. Then we are going to do, okay, traveling charges. Yes, Manish ji, good. Traveling charges, stationery, electricity, water expenses, purchases, salary. Yes, Ankit ji, very well said. So, we are not seeing the rules. See, you will, expenses is travel. Okay. So the thing is, you are seeing here some rules then, bolded enough. We'll be seeing in the coming slides, okay? That debit, the receiver, credit. We will all see that in the coming slide. Now it is a small match the following exercise for you people. So Ramesh is related to which kind of account? Ramesh, answer me. Oh yes, bingo, bingo, personal. What about Dena Bank? Exactly. Dena Bank is an artificial person. It is under. It comes under personal account. Yes, yes, very good. What about rent? What about rent? Yes, bingo. It is an expense. Definitely, it will be a nominal. What about computer? Bingo, Arulji. Yes, computer is a asset, so that's why it will come under the ambit of the real account. Bingo, you people are doing very good. What about land? Okay, good. Because land is our asset, that's why it will go for the real account. Very good. What about discount? What about discount? Exactly, Pradeep ji. Prasoon ji, yes, it is nominal. Why? Because discount can be any of that. If we receive a discount, that is an income for the business. If we give the discount, that is an expense for the business. So this is basic understanding. Examiner is looking into whether you are aware of what kinds of accounts are there, what is, they relate to. Now, as I told you, I have just shown this that I will be writing 30 entries on the first page. So, the book in which we do the bookkeeping, the name of that book is Journal. Okay, Jurnal. Journal is the book of the bookkeeping. If you remember a red color book, Bahi Khata book, that is basically general only. Okay, so remember the name of the journal as a book of bookkeeping where we post the entries systematically. Now, what is ledger? Ledger is basically the what the example I gave you, that in my diary I've kept 30 individual pages. That individual 30 pages in a group, they would be called as ledger. Okay, so that is just a collective noun name for that individual accounts and all. So remember the name for general and for ledger. So the collective of these separate accounts is called as the ledger, and the book of bookkeeping is called as the general. Mathematical calculations and all. So we need to draw a trial balance. What happens in trial balance? We just put the balances in that, and at last, there debit and credit balance should meet up. That shows that our our calculations is good enough. Suppose a question comes in your exam that trial balance is made to check a arithmetical accuracy, B, accounting accuracy, C, both A and B, D, none of the above. What would be your answer? If I need to repeat the question, Please tell me. I can repeat. Do I need to repeat the question? Okay. So my question is the sorry, the this trial balance is made, statement is made to check the arithmetical accuracy, to check the accounting accuracy, C both A and B, D none of the above. Now give me your answer. It is important because examiner can check upon this particular point. Okay, so the trial balance is just made to check the arithmetical accuracy. It never ever tests for the accounting accuracy. So answer for that one is A is correct. Not it never checks the accounting accuracy. Later on, I will also show you the format of trial balance as well. Now, see the basic concept of accounting. It is important as because you know we'll be seeing questions upon that. Before, I just want to know one thing from you people. What is debit and what is credit? Can you please answer me? What is debit and what is credit? Will you say it like that? Debit means to less, credit means to increase. Will you give bank passbooks only? So you give me the normally all the participants give me this answer only. Ki debit is to less upon and credit is to increase upon. So see, Pradeep ji is also saying debit means to decrease. So please, credit what goes out. Credit is income. No, 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 no. Then your this whatever you are writing that is wrong. What is your observation is wrong. Why? Because you only see the passbooks and come up with this information. Now today I will tell you what is debit and credit. You will never go to forget in your life what is all that about. So see. What is debit? Debit is something, no, what comes in that is a rule. Listen to me, what is now debit and credit? Debit is the things that you owned. OWNED. Credit is the things that you loaned. LOANED. Udhar pe liya hua. Debit is you are the owner of that things, okay? And credit, you are the loaner of that things. Very simple example is debit and credit card. When you do the purchasing from your debit card, what do you mean by that? That you are having the money and out of that money you are doing any purchase. And when you do the purchase from your credit card, what does that mean by that? You don't have any balance in that card. You're taking a loan from bank for doing that purchase. Debit is not at all to decrease or credit is to increase. Why you say this meaning? Because you just only check your passbooks. There the amount in the debit side is like less upon, and on the credit side that means all the deposits. But it is not the thing of the meaning of debit and
It is online now.
as per the purview of the bank, not from your perspective.
Online, but you have to go
The
to
bank entries are done from the bank's perspective. Okay. To understand this thing well, debit is things you owned and credit the things you have loaned upon. Now let's see what is the equation. See, simple equation.
Kal
All
11:45.
assets,
Chandrasekhar. Yes, Chandrasekhar.
equity. I repeat, assets are equal to liabilities plus Am I audible? I think I am now audible. Okay. So this is very important principle of accountancy. The whole accountancy is dependent on this particular principle. So we just give a small, we just will do a small illustration and thereafter you can understand the point. Suppose you are starting a business, okay? Your business requires a capital of 5 lakh rupees, okay? You are having suppose you are having 3 lakhs as cash with you, okay? So you are giving 3 lakhs to your business. Tell me where this 3 lakh would be fitted in this particular equation. I'm saying you want to start a business. Your business require 5 lakh rupees. Okay. Right now you are having 3 lakh rupees and you have given 3 lakh to your business. And this is, equation of a business where this 3 lakh will be fitted in this equation. Answer me.
Owner's equity, man.
Exactly, bingo. You people are too good. Yes, it will go in owner's equity. Okay. But I have told you one thing important in the start. That is, every transaction need a double impact. Okay. So you have given just one impact. You have just given in the owner's equity only. What about the other impact of the same transaction? You have shown that business has received the owner's equity of 3 lakh. What about its second, dual impact? You people need to answer me because you have to satisfy the equation. Equation is not satisfying. Ankitji, are you saying me something? Some voice is coming from your end. Can anybody help me to solve the equation? Liabilities. No, Prasunji. It is already in the liability side. Now, owner's equity means what? Owner's equity also means a liability only. That means whenever the business will be ending upon, the business have to return back this to owner. So, owner's equity means the liability only. Now, I will tell you where the second way money. We have just received the equity. That's it. So where would be its second aspect? That is, when you are receiving a cash, 3 lakh you are receiving a cash. What is a cash? I'm asking, what is a cash? Answer me up, because if you won't answer, then how would be our understanding would be a better one? What, like the business have received a cash? I'm right or wrong? Okay. So Karthikeyan ji, if business have received a cash, that means what? It is a asset. Cash is a asset. So 3 lakh would be placed on the asset side and 3 lakh would be placed on the owner's equity. Hence, equation balanced upon. No debit and credit. I'm asking about this particular equation. I'm not asking you any debit credit. Don't get yourself confused in debit and credit. Okay. Now, my next question. Like business was requiring 5 lakh. You, the businessman, just have given 3 lakh to the business. Suppose for that remaining 2 lakh, the business have taken loan from bank. Okay. You have taken a loan of rupees 2 lakh. Now tell me where this 2 lakh will be placed in this equation. Bingo. Yes, it will be a liability. So 2 lakh is placed in the liability side. But it is just the single effect. Na? Give me its double effect. You need to give me the dual effect. Tell me, you have taken a loan from bank of rupees 2 lakh. You have placed it in liability. That is well and good. What would be its other impact? You need to show the other impact also. Otherwise, equation would be like that. 3 lakh is equal to 2 lakh plus 3 lakh. Equation is not balancing up. Yes, VS. Mr. VS, you are very correct. Yes, that 2 lakh will be placed in assets also. Yes, exactly, Karthikeyan ji. So now the equation is balanced. 5 lakh is equals to 5 lakh. Now what you need to see is that examiner can change, change the question. Suppose if the examiner have written total assets are 20 lakh, total liabilities are 15 lakh. Calculate the amount of owner's equity. What would be your answer? Same, this equation is the base. If the question comes like this, total assets of a businessman are 20 lakh. Total liabilities of a businessman is 15 lakh. Calculate the amount of owner equity. Very easy. Owner equity is, yes, bingo. You people are doing very good. Yes, it would be 5 lakh only. Why? Equation would be changed. Owner's equity is equals to assets minus liability. So you have to see the requirement of the question, need of the question. Thereby you can change the equation as dependent on the question needs and all.
No. I will now
Just a minute.
decided till 1 month no liquor, no party, nothing.
Now what are assets? Basically, assets are the things that you owned, that you control, that you have a control upon. Lot many example we have already discussed about the assets. We will see that there are two kinds of asset. Number one is fixed asset. Number two is current assets. Fixed and current, what is the basic difference between them is fixed asset don't change their value rapidly. Current assets change their value rapidly. For example, if in my balance sheet, one asset is land, one asset is share. So definitely land is a fixed asset that won't change its value rapidly. But my share would be what? It would be a current asset because they change their value rapidly. Okay, that's how they have been differentiated upon. Thereafter comes the word of liabilities. Liabilities is what? Basically the obligation of the firm that you need to pay upon, and they are classified in two structure, that is a long term and a short term. Suppose I have taken two loans, one for 30-year, one for 3 month only. So definitely 30-year loan would be a long term liability and 3 month loan would be a short term liability. Then what is owner's equity or owner's share capital? It basically represents the owner's interest in the business. How much owner have given to the business, the equity of the owner. And it all depends upon the profit and loss. Suppose there are profits in the business, so the equity will increase upon. Suppose there are losses in the business, so definitely the owner's equity will less upon. Okay, revenue increases owner's equity and expenses decreases the owner's equity. It all depends upon that. Now, what is revenue? Revenue is basically the inflow. That is basically the incomes, inflow of the assets and all. And what the main point, see the second point, critically important point is that cash need not to be received in order for revenue to be recorded. Remember my accrual point, right? I was getting payment on 6th. But when I booked in my account on 13th of May only. So they are telling we need to account it whenever it happened upon. Irrelevant when the cash is paid and cash is received, that is not a point of relevance because we follow accrual method. Now, what are expenses? They are basically the cost of salary, wages, insurance, electricity. Okay. We have talked PT1, PT2, half yearly, and at last, at the closing, are the final accounts. In final accounts, we make statement of trading statement and P&L statement. What it is basically a summation of the monthly figures. It is like your final report card. Okay. And what is there? Suppose if you are a manufacturing company, then you have to maintain a trading statement. Otherwise, if you are a normal service company and all, then you can directly go for profit and loss statement only. You don't need to maintain the trading statement. Remember, important point, trading statement is only made when you are a manufacturing concern. In profit and loss statement, we only tackle the indirect expenses. In trading, we tackle the direct expenses. For example, like I'm using the electricity. I'm still not audible. I hope I'm audible because I can see that. My audibility, I can check upon that. Okay. So the direct expenses will be put for manufacturing the cup will be put in the trading side, and all the indirect expenses related to the mug like electricity, like rent and all that, they will be put in the profit and loss statement. Have you ever seen balance sheet? Tell me yes or no. Have you seen that? What is balance sheet? Do you have any rough idea? I need your observation, people. Otherwise, how will interact well? No, that's a clear-cut answer. I like this. कई जने कहते हैं ना थोड़ा आता है. Something is very dangerous in knowledge. If you have the full knowledge. If you don't have the full nil knowledge. That's good upon. Okay, so what is a balance sheet? It is basically a statement, okay, a T statement. On one side, we show the liabilities, and on one side, we show the assets what you are having. Okay, so I just want to ask you, if I'm making a balance sheet, suppose I'm just today is 13th of May, I'm making my balance sheet on 13th, so what you will call it as? You will call it as a yearly statement or a day statement? Today in my balance sheet I'm writing this much cash I am having, this much gold I am having, this much land I am having, on liability side I'm putting this much loans I am having. Would you call it as a yearly statement, or you will call it as a single day statement? Karthikeyanji, then unmute yourself. Why it is a why it is a day statement? You can't just give the answer, you have to give me the logic as well, because single date you can see from the PPT also. I want the logic also. Yes, Karthikeyanji, why it is single day?
At that time only you will.
Karthikeyanji, please unmute yourself.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, Karthikeyanji, why it is a day statement, not a yearly statement?
Yearly statement means like a financial year, right? For income tax purpose. But day statement means you have to know whatever we have, like assets. Hello.
Now, I hope now you can hear me, right? Maniji, am I audible? Okay, Gayatri ji, thank you.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
the thing is, it is basically, it shows the position of you on that particular day. It is not at all a yearly thing. It is just a day stuff. But trading and P&L, they are the yearly statement. They are not the single date statement. Why? It is basically summation of the whole year. Okay. Anybody having any sort of doubt, ask me right now. Yes, please. So I'm moving ahead if you're not asking. I know that accounting is not your daily cup of tea. I can understand. If you will explain me chemistry, biology, this thing in a day or in a 1 hour, I can understand my position also. So don't worry at all. It could be friendly to you. One or two read, give to that. It will become a friendly one to you. Okay, we have already discussed that whatever the transaction that we note in our accounts, we give it at a cost price, not at a market price. So there are basically two kinds of cost. One is fixed cost and one is variable cost. Can you guys give me the example of fixed cost? Can you people give me an example of a fixed cost? Suppose you are running an office. What is a fixed cost to you? Rent, Pradeep ji, very true. Rent. In Corona, we have to give the rent whether we have not gone to the office for full 2 months. Okay. Rent is basically a fixed cost. Can anybody give me the example of a variable cost? Give me of office only. Any example of salary? Why you are not keeping the salary as the fixed one? They needed to be say. Okay, I give a very normal example of variable cost is electricity expenses, right? Electricity expenses is high. My stationery is also good with. stationery expenses हो गए, अपने electricity expenses हो गए, they are variable with their uses and all. So why I'm asking you about the variable and the fixed cost? Because every businessman wants to know what are the fixed expenses and what are the variable expenses. Why? Because he want to reach at the break even point situation. Every business contribution per unit. Now, what? Oh my goodness, what is the problem happening in my audibility? Is it well now? I hope it is well, because on my second system I can listen me up. Okay. So
No,
the
ma'am,
point
there
is,
is still
the formula to find
it's a problem.
BEP is fixed cost upon contribution per unit. Now, what is contribution per unit? It is basically sale price per unit minus variable cost per unit. Let's see a simple example of this. In a factory, there is a 10,000 rupees fixed cost. Okay, that's a fixed cost for us. And what is its selling price per unit? It is 4 rupees. And what is the variable cost per unit? It is 2 rupees. Now we have to calculate the BEP, that is the break even point. And what was the formula earlier we have seen upon? It was, fixed cost. This is the fixed cost upon contribution per unit. So if you see, we have put it up in the formula 10,000, that is the fixed cost, upon contribution. Contribution is basically the sale price minus the variable price per unit. So that is 4 minus 2. Okay. So what the answer came up is 5,000 units. So that means at least the businessmen have to sell 5,000 units to be in a no profit and a no loss situation. Let's cross check the answer. Suppose if he have sold the 5,000 units, so that he would be getting a sale of rupees 20,000. That is 5,000 into 4. And let's check what is the fixed cost attached with that. 10,000 is a fixed one plus variable cost of 2 rupees per unit. That is 10,000 plus 10,000. That is, both are equal. That is sale is equals to cost. That is no profit and no loss situation. So in your exam, you can get such an easy question on this particular matter. So please see that properly. Anybody having any confusion in this calculations and all, you can ask me right away. Yes, please. Okay. So now we are moving towards the formats. I've talked to you so much about the things and all. And remember, when we were understanding the types of accounts, we have not checked the rules, if you remember upon. Now we will see them. Number one, first we'll be seeing of real account. What is the rule of real account? The simple rule of real account is debit what comes in, credit what goes out. I repeat, debit what comes in, credit what goes out. Simple transaction. Furniture purchased for rupees 2,500. Can anybody tell me the two aspect of this particular transaction? For business, furniture is purchased for rupees 2,500. Give me the two aspects of that. Okay, Manish ji, you have told me one aspect that we have purchased asset, furniture. What happened next? There are two sides, na? Two things should balance the equations. Can anybody tell me the second impact of the same transaction? Because that's how, yes, Karthikeyanji, bingo, spending. One way, furniture is coming in. Second way, what is happening? Cash is going out of the business. So one asset is increasing and one asset is decreasing. Furniture is increasing and cash is decreasing. And what the rule says, debit what comes in, credit what goes out. What is coming in the business? Furniture is coming in the business. So see, we have kept the furniture amount on the debit side. We have owned this furniture. Please erase from your mind that bank book debit and credit. Otherwise, you will confuse yourself. Okay? And credit what goes out. What is going out from the business? The cash is going out from my business. So see, the cash has been placed at the credit side. Now another entry. Here the entry is same but with some twist. Okay. Here also the furniture is purchased worth of rupees 3,000. But here we are not paying cash. We have, purchased it on credit. हमने उधार पे खरीदा है. And who is the lender of the furniture? It is Mr. Mozart Furniture, who have lent us the furniture on credit. Okay. And what is the formula of personal account? Debit the receiver, credit the giver. I repeat, debit the receiver, credit the giver. Can you just tell me what two things are happening in this particular transaction? Furniture purchased from Mozart Furniture on credit rupees 3,000. Yes. Give me what are the two impacts of the transaction. You people need to give me the impact. Otherwise, how you will tackle the question in the examination? Just think what is happening in these transactions.
Asset side.
Yes, please. Furniture is coming in. Cash is going. No, cash is not going. No. We are purchasing. उधार पे लिया है अभी, लोन पे लिया है, क्रेडिट पे लिया है. We are no cash liability. Very good, Ankit ji. Yes. So what is happening? If you see, there is two things. One, furniture is coming in the business. Second, there is a creditor. We are taking the thing on credit. So what is a Mozart Furniture to our business? Mozart Furniture is a personal account. Furniture is a real account. Mozart Furniture is doing what? He is giving us the furniture. So what is he? He's a giver. So what the what the rule says, if we see the real account, debit what comes in. Like furniture is coming in the business. So what we have did, we placed it on the debit side. Okay. Now the second thing, what are Mozart Furniture to our business? He's a giver of the furniture. Okay, he's a creditor. So see what we have done. Credit the giver. We have put the Mozart Furniture on the credit side because he's a creditor to our business. He's a liability. We need to pay him in a future time. So how this, in this particular way, the entry has been solved. Don't worry, it is your first time. I can understand that tackling this transaction would be quite tricky to you, but gradually you will learn. Okay, don't worry at all. And the examiner is just asking very basics. They are asking how many types of accounts are there. They're asking such a general and basic question. So your basic should be solid. That what is a personal account? What is a real account? What is a nominal account? One more entry on the way. Salary paid to employees. I repeat, salary paid to employees rupees 1 lakh. Now let's see what is the rule of the nominal account. Debit expenses and losses, credit incomes and gains. Tell me what are the two impacts of the transaction. Transaction is salary paid to employees, rupees 1 lakh. Expenses, bingo, Ankit ji, expenses हुए. Second, what is happening? Two things have been, no, liability. We are paying, no? Two things have been hitted. One, salary expenses. Second, we are paying out cash. Okay. What is salary kind of account? What kind of account salary is? We have seen three accounts, no? Personal, real, and nominal. Oh, bingo, Pradeep. Yes, salary is a nominal account. Salary is an expense. So we have placed the salary amount in debit side. And what is happening with cash? Cash is going out of the business because we are paying. And what was the rule of the real account? Credit what goes out. So see, we have placed it is a performer of a balance. The year. Okay, balance sheet is always written as balance sheet as at. It is a single day. Okay, so what is this?
No.
Tackles the direct expenses related to only tackle the thereafter which we do the rupees 50,000. Now it is okay. My voice is breaking.
Yes, ma'am, your voice is breaking. Still not clear.
Now, I hope now it is coming. Right? So there what
Ma'am, it's
I was
still, ma'am, it's still
speaking
there
earlier
is voice break. Still there is
is
voice break.
business with rupees 50,000. Okay. So what is happening in the business? Cash is coming in and liabilities are rising. So see, cash is a real account on the debit side. And like Somu is a personal account, Somu is the giver, so that's why its amount has been put in the on the credit side. Thereafter, suppose if you pay the amount not by cash, by check, then instead of cash we will use the word bank. Okay, that's why we have shown this particular slide. Okay, see this thing properly. I was telling you about the bookkeeping and accounting, na? The upper one, journal, that is J keeping, and the lower one, that is a ledger. It is an example of a accountancy. If you can see, we have kept a separate page for cash and a separate page for R Neil. Okay, the above one is an example of bookkeeping and the lower one is an example of accounting. Now this is the trial balance. This is the trial balance. Just a minute. This is a trial balance format that we discussed, which checks upon the arithmetical accuracy. So what we do in this particular statement, on one side we put the debit balances and on the other side we put the credit balances. And at last their, calculations should match upon. If you can see that. And it only checks the arithmetical accuracy. It never tests the accounting accuracy. That always remember, because examiner can check you upon that particular point. So this is done from my side. If you have any other question, please ask me related to the topic. Yes, please. I want questions from your side. Okay. So if you are not asking me any question, then I'm going to ask you questions. Okay. So tell me, like, what do you feel about this register valuer examination? What do you think about its difficulty level and all? So I'm removing a break-even point. Okay, you want to ask break-even point? How much important there was an exam? I will tell you, Arpit, this also. Can please, Mr. Manish, can you unmute yourself?
Yes, ma'am. Hello.
Can okay, Manish ji, what is BEP? It is a break-even point.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, what is the use of break-even point, ma'am? Use of break-even point.
I'm not able to hear you actually.
Ma'am, use of break-even point, ma'am.
Just a minute. Now you speak up.
Yes, ma'am. Hello. Hello. Hello.
Okay, I got your point. I got your point. You want to understand what is the use of BP to the businessman. Definitely, Manish ji, when I'm opening any business, I want to look that at what particular point I can earn profits in my business. Suppose I have some fixed cost, some variable cost. So I want to have the benchmark. Like in our earlier question, answer was 5,000 units. So if I'm a businessman, I will definitely sell the quantities more than 5,000 to be in a
Yes.
profitable position, and not for being in a negative position. I should sell at least 5,000 units. So it creates a benchmark situation. For setting the benchmarks, it is important to get that particular BEP point.
Yes, ma'am.
And by that, businessman can put his strategies that how can he can sell more than 5,000 units. How can he be not under pressure? If like suppose you are selling just 2,000 units only, so
Yes,
that
ma'am.
means you would be in a loss situation
Yes.
if you are not knowing the BEP. But if you are knowing like that 60% marks to be passed upon, so that is your benchmark. So for creating a benchmark, it is important to calculate BEP.
Okay,
Yes,
ma'am.
please.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. This is the use in manufacturing factory only. Not really in manufacturing only. Yes, basically it goes for the manufacturing only. Yes, you are right with that. But like we people who do practice, we also calculate what are our fixed costs, what are our variable costs sometimes. But yes, in that we cannot use the formula, but we also calculate our BEP to run our practice well. But yes, this formula majorly goes for the manufacturing units and all. That is right. Any other question? Because I want to have 5-10 minutes with you of examination talk. So if you have any question, please ask me right now. Otherwise, I want to talk to you for 5 minutes related to exams only. So just a minute. Now, if you people are able, please, just on your video so that I can see you, your observation. I can talk to you well. Yes. Okay. So my main question to you is, for like you would be done with your 50-hour training and all, what would be distance between your exam and your completion of your training? Give me your observation. I have 2 3 more important questions related to your paper. I want to ask you, I'm asking you, what is the distance between completion of your training and your examination date? How much time you will take to give the exam?
Around 15 to 20 days, ma'am.
1 month. Okay.
When
Okay, I think somebody would be saying 1 month, 3 months, 6 weeks, this week's this and that. So a simple piece of advice from my side. I'm not going to give you any benchmark of a day, week, or a month. I'm just going to give you 4 letters, and they are ASAP. As soon
as
as
soon as
possible.
possible.
Remember my point. If you want to pass this examination and you delay to give your exam, I'm not saying that it will be impossible to pass the examination, but definitely it would become a challenge for you. So the only code to break this examination trick is to give exam. Okay. As I told you, I cleared it in my third attempt. In first, I secured 55 marks. Second, I secured 59.5. Just getting failed by half marks. Understand my pain that time. And in my third attempt, I went for 65.5. Okay. So, and the frequency in my examination was 5 clear days gap. I was giving exam and exam and exam. Don't wait for your syllabus to complete over. If you will wait, if you are waiting for your syllabus to complete upon, then sit for 1 year. You will not be able to complete syllabus. I can promise you that. And we all are professionals. We can attempt the exam on our logical understanding and all. And 50 hours listening is not a small deal. Listening somebody 50 hours of knowledge, that is sufficient. Just go and give the examination. Now my next question is, how much marks you need to score in your examination? Simple. Okay, 60, 60, 60. So
70
all
above.
you are like me only. Okay, nobody is for 90 and 100. Or everybody is normal persons. I'm very happy to, because some people go for 80, 90. So remember one thing. Client will not say, I will give you 5,000 extra because you have got 10 marks extra in the examination. He's going to pay you the same, whether you got 80, 90, 60 or 70. But here I want to correct you on one point. And point is that don't aim for 60. This happened with me in my second attempt. I was also like you people going for 60, 60, 60 and 60, and see where I landed upon. So make a strategy, have a margin. Like in my third attempt, I made a margin for 70 marks. Why? Because there is a saying, if you will aim for stars, at least you will land to the moon. Okay. So I aimed for 70 and I landed to 65.5. So keep a margin. Okay. It could be any. You want to keep at 65 as a margin, 75 as the margin. That is on your ability. My ability was 70, so I kept that as the margin. Okay. But keep a margin. If you will not keep there, just remember my example of 59.5. Because if my mistakes can be anybody's learning, then nothing good like that. Any question you want to ask me regarding examination, you can ask that. Examination is of 2 hours, and 2 hours are very sufficient hours. Okay. In my none of the attempt I was out of time. 2 hours is pretty good enough time. and there is a weightage of 20 marks practicals, and now it by the amendment, now 20 is shifting to 26 marks. So that's a good point of view to score. And as per my personal experience, practical questions are repeating more in comparison to the theoretical ones. So gather whatever the questions you can gather from your peers, your colleagues, you can get that. Any other question that you need to ask me related to exam or to the topic, anything like that? So suppose
Question is to be
if you are
answered
not having any
subsequently or
query,
as
right, will you provide notes? Narayanji, this PPT is for you people only. We'll provide the PPT to you. Okay? So the point is that just remember two things. Giving exam is the only way to clearing this exam. And see, we all are professionals. We are not students. We are not having that much time to study from day to night. Just go and give the exam. That is only trick to clear this particular exam. And I'm telling you from my personal experience. And the level of the examination is the basic questions. And the problem in today's time is the basic things only. So if you are good with basics, go and give the exam. That is the rule. Is there examinations? You need to find it. You need to, Manishji, you need to Google it. Definitely there would be. There are digital examination centers everywhere. Definitely there would be. Chhattisgarh is not a small state. Definitely you would be having. Right? So now, if you people are not asking, I am done from my side. Suppose in future you get any query, ma'am, financial stability is the major criteria for. Okay, that you are Ankit ji, you are asking about the IBBI registration, I think. Okay.
Yes,
No,
ma'am.
no, 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 no. They don't give you membership based on your income. No, 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 no. They just want to check that you are not bankrupted person. You're financially well. That doesn't mean that you have to earn lakhs of rupees to get into this particular practice. No, that's not a problem at all. That's not a problem at all. There is no particular, amount benchmark also. Like if he is earning below than 5, then I will not give the membership. No, nothing like that. Is my explanation okay to you? Can
Yes,
we
ma'am.
change answer? Yes. Govindji, you can change your answer n number of time. That is not at all a problem. Okay. Ankitji, was my answer good to you, or I need to give more explanation?
No, ma'am, is sufficient.
Okay. Govindji, you can change your answer n number of time. And one more point is that the question which is not looking friendly to you, please quit that. In my final examination, the third attempt, which I cleared upon, I also unanswered 28 questions. I just answered 72 questions. That is well enough. We just have to reach nearby 60. We don't have to bring merits. Okay? So just be on the point. What question is comfortable to you? Only attempt that question. And which is bringing you the confusion, better is to quit. Because we can't, we cannot afford negative marking. That is the point. So I'm done with my things and all. So all the best. In the future, you get any query or questions, our numbers, you're open for giving us mails or messages. We are always available for you for that, but not for calls, because many times we are on the session. So I will definitely accept your mails and messages. That is not a problem. So
And
all the best from
is there
my
any
side,
mock
and
test
thank you
available?
for being such a patient audience. Thank you so much.
Is there any
Thank
mock
you.
test
Any
Thank
other
you
Thank you
so
so
available?
much.
question,
much.
or I take your leave? Oh, thank you
Thank you.
so much, Manish ji. For a good session, I need the good listeners. So thank you for you people. It is, mutual thing. Thank you so much and all the best. And sooner I need to hear I passed and I passed. I'm waiting for that particular thing from you. Thank you, everyone. Have a great day. Bye.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thanks everyone. And now it's a lunch break for 1 hour. So please log in 15 minutes before the session. Thanks everyone.
Okay.
उसको प्लेट to glass effect. अदावन आर
Good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible? Please mark your presence for the second half. Mr. Arpit,
Yes, sir.
Mr. Arun Kumar, Mr. Bhaneshwar Kumar, Esaki Muthu ji, Gayatri ji, Mr. Kanishka Sarkar, Mr. Karthikeyan, Mr. Manish Agarwal, Mr. Manish, Mr. Pradeep, Mr. Ramesh,
Hello.
Mr. Shiva Balan,
Yes, yes, sir.
V.S. Meenakshi,
Yes, sir. Present.
Mr. Vikas, Mr. Vishal, I mark your presence, sir.
Hello, sir. I am Konishko Sarkar. Hello,
Hello, sir.
sir. Sir,
Yes, sir. Now audible?
hello.
Hello, sir.
Yes, please.
Sir, I am Manish Agrawal present, sir.
Yes, I mark your presence, sir. Thank you.
Sir, I am Iseki Muthu.
Yeah, I also mark the presence.
Iseki Muthu, sir.
Sir.
Hello, sir.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon.
Sir, hello. Hello,
जी सर
sir.
जी बोलिए सर
Sir, excuse me, sir. I am Konishko Sarkar.
यस आई मार्क योर प्रेजेंस
Sir, Konishko Sarkar, sir, present.
ओके सर
Hello. Excuse me, sir.
यस सर
Excuse me,
जी फिनिश की बोलिए
sir. I am Konishko Sarkar, present, sir.
सर आई मार्क योर प्रेजेंस ऑलरेडी
Okay, okay, okay.
थैंक यू
Good afternoon, sir. I am Iseki Muthu.
यस आई मार्क योर प्रेजेंस सर So our faculty is here and we will start our session within the next 5 minutes.
दिखाओ चावल नहीं खाए पूरा दिखाओ तो। थाली कहाँ है डस्टबिन देखता हूँ
Good afternoon, friends.
Good afternoon, sir.
Am I audible clearly? Voice okay?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Just give me a moment.
Yes, you are audible. Please start your session.
Sorry, sir, I didn't get you.
You are audible, sir. Please start your session.
Yeah, thank you. Moment, I am just sharing my presentation.
Halo Suto. Nama dia anu kuyo, so. Rita ko lagi jana. কত নিচ্ছিস
Sir, the audio is not clear, sir. Sir, the audio is not hearing, sir.
Yeah. Is it audible now? Friends, is it audible now? Friends, am I audible now? You are able to see the presentation?
Yeah. Yes.
Sir, yes.
Fine. Thank you. And sorry for that teacher. And today's session is various purposes of valuation. The first session. And then there is one more session, environmental issues in valuation after this, which will be handled by me. And myself, Anpadagan Appandarajan, in case my name is difficult for you to pronounce, I can call me Anbu. I am into this valuation since 20 years, 20 plus years, I should say. And I'm a registered valuer under Companies Act as well as Wealth Tax Act. And I am the chairman of Institution of Valuers Puducherry branch currently. So, for today's session, which is a 2-hour session which carries a weightage of 4 marks. The syllabus given by IBBI is like this. Under the various purposes of valuation, we have valuation of properties for purposes such as bank finance, option reserve, insurance, sale or purchase of building, valuation, disputes in court, and about probate, partition, fixation of the rent, stamp duty, valuation for capital gain tax, leases, mortgage, and other purposes, whatever is not referred here. And next in the syllabus is a study of valuation standards as per the Companies Act 2013. And the syllabus also mentioned a line about IND AS 16, which is part of the Indian accounting standards. It's just one piece of information in the accounting standards that we have to just get familiarized with. And valuer as an expert witness in the court, and the functions, responsibilities, the concept of professional negligence, all that. And friends, unless you want to talk, it's better to keep yourself on mute so that others are not getting distracted. So the agenda for our discussion is going to be very much in line with the syllabus, but slightly in a different order. First we'll be seeing about various purposes of valuation, then about the valuation standards, then about valuer as an expert witness, and about the Indian accounting standards. Friends, I prefer to have the session very interactively. I'll be happy if you come forward, express your views, ask your doubts or questions. I don't mind being interrupted. and I think it's a small group, and no, we can have it more interactive. And I request everyone to actively involve. And I know it's a post-lunch session. It's going to be challenging. From morning you are sitting in front of your screens. It's going to be challenging. But what to do? In 50 hours, we have to learn the big subject called valuation, and so every minute is important. So let's try our best and make use of the time. So under various purposes of valuation, we'll be seeing about valuation for secured lending, valuation for the purposes of liquidation, for taxation, then for rating, that's for the municipal taxes, then valuation for land acquisition, for insurance, for litigation purposes, valuation for buying and selling of a property, partitions, probates, and corporate restructuring activities. These are the things which we are going to see. Fine. We'll start with the valuation for secured lending. Okay. What do you mean by secured lending? I want to, one of you to volunteer, or if you're not comfortable with that, I can call out names. Whatever way you are comfortable with, I'm okay with that. What do you mean by secured lending? There is nothing called a wrong answer. So please voice out whatever you feel. Okay. There is nothing called a wrong answer. Even if it is so, that will help everyone to understand the subject better. So don't think too much that maybe my answer is wrong. Should I tell or should I not tell all that? Just speak out. What do you mean by secured lending?
Anything given under some security.
Okay, great. Anything that is given, taking something as a security. That's good. Any other answers? So everyone concur with, I think, who is the one? Gayatri ma'am is the one who told it, right? Who told anything given
Yes,
as
sir.
a security?
Yes, yes.
Okay. So everyone concur with Gayatri madam, no difference of opinion here. Friends? Okay. Do you think there is something called as unsecured lending? So there is something called as secured lending. Does that mean that there is something called as unsecured lending? Yes or no? Can I have at least the videos on? I am seeing only two of you. I am seeing Narayana Pillai sir and Mr. Ankit Jain. Yeah, please. Okay, come going back to the question. Is there anything called as unsecured lending? Yes or no? What do you feel? Fine. If I am not going to get volunteers, let me go by the order that is shown here to me. Okay. So Gayatri ma'am already spoken. Next is Mr. Preetham Bhattacharya. What do you feel, sir? Is there anything called as unsecured lending or not? Preetham Bhattacharya. Okay. Next is Sir Kanishka Sarkar. Sir, can you just tell your opinion? Is there anything called as unsecured lending or not?
Repeat it once.
Sorry, sir?
Sir, just repeat the question, sir.
Okay. See, we were discussing about secured lending. Okay. And Gayatri ma'am said, if loan is to be given, taking something as security, such a loan is called as secured loan. That is answer from Gayatri ma'am. Okay. So my question is, the first question was, is there any other view? But I don't know whether you concur or differ, but I did not get any views. Then I added a question, is there anything called as unsecured lending? We're talking about secured lending. Is there anything called as unsecured lending or not? A very simple question.
Loan without any properties or
Yeah.
something like
Prasun sir, can you just say no need of?
loan without any assets like for taking loans we need to submit some assets and all. Without assets and all, it will be non-secured.
Okay, good. So, asset, okay, no, nothing is taken as a security. Such a loan is called as unsecured loan, you are saying. Can you give some example for that?
Normally, personal loans like credit card loans and all.
Great. Personal loans, even the credit card which you are having, it's all come under the category of unsecured lending. For the amount that is given as loan, nothing is taken as a security in lieu of that.
Yes.
If something is taken as a security in lieu of the loan that is given, that is secured lending.
Yes.
Okay. It's a very appropriate and right answer, Gayatri ma'am, and Prasun sir, thanks for clarifying about unsecured lending. Yes, there is unsecured lending also. Okay. Now, in the case of secured lending, the bank or the financial institution, they take their lending decision on how much loan can be dispersed to the borrower. For that, one important thing is a valuation report. Okay, the valuation report of the security, the asset that is given as a security for the loan, will help the bank or the financial institution to decide the quantum of the loan that has to be dispersed. Suppose I'm going and asking the bank.
So that is
Yes, sir.
85% of the valuation.
Sir, there is no fixed percentage. It changes from bank to bank and it changes between different types of loan. If it is going to be a term loan, it will be different. If it's going to be a overdraft, it will be different. There are many factors that decide it. If your CIBIL rating is good, they will give up to 90%. If the CIBIL rating is not so good, they may restrict to only 50% of the value. It all depends on the policy of the bank. Okay.
Sir, can bank give funding on our profile of customer?
Profile of the customer. Yes, that is unsecured lending, which Prasun sir was explaining us.
Okay.
If you believe Arpit sir can
Arpit Mujawar.
repay even, Arpit sir can repay 2 crores of loan also. If
Sir,
they
the audio
believe
not
you.
clear, sir, please.
Is it so for everyone?
No, sir. I am getting a clear voice, sir.
Okay, maybe I will try to talk a little slow, but my network is good. Everything is okay from my end. Maybe you can just connect back, sir, in case we're having problem. Maybe network issue from your side. So, if Arpit sir if the bank feels that Arpit sir can even repay 2 crores of loan, yes, they can give it as an unsecured loan. It all depends on the policy of the bank. But if as the amount to be taken as loan goes up, normally banks insist on security to ensure that
Yes.
even in case the borrower is not in a position to repay the loan for whatever reason it may be,
No, sir.
they can
My point.
sell
My
out the
point is,
asset.
sir,
Yes.
varying the percentage of amount disbursed according to valuation amount of that we provided.
No, that's what, sir. So the value, see, we will be valuing the property that is given as security to us. It may be an asset, like no, it may be land, it may be land and building, it may be an apartment, it may be an agriculture land, it may be anything.
Okay.
Okay. So there we said, let us say we are certifying the value of the particular asset that is given as security is 1 crore. Okay. Now the bank, based on your requirement for the loan, first they will evaluate your business needs, all that, how much you need, and they will come up with an amount. And then they will check whether the security that you are giving is enough to cover that. And then they will just decide the quantum of the loan. We will not be in picture on how much loan is given anywhere. As a valuer, we have only one role: to estimate the market value of the asset that is given as security. Okay. So Narayana Pillai sir, I think there are 2 logins active for you. That is creating some echo. Maybe you are logged in 2 devices or maybe in 2 different windows. I don't know. I think it's good if you log out one so that it will not have echo. Yeah.
Actual one is mic is not working. So another mobile phone is
Okay. 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 The mic is not working in one, is it? Then you switch off the speaker of the other one also, or reduce the volume of one of that to 0, so that we will not have any echoes. If we have 2 systems 2 devices connected in a single location, this echo problem will be there.
Already system volume is
0. That's fine, sir. Now there is no echo. Fine, sir. Okay. Again, going back to security. What are the things that it can be given as security for a loan? What are the things that can be given as security for the loan?
Movable properties.
Immovable properties. Excellent. Next.
Sir, please repeat the question.
See, we are talking about securities, right?
Yes, sir.
What are the different types of securities?
Fixed deposit.
For the bank. Yes, thank you, sir. You're telling something that's not audible. Immovable properties is one answer. Is that the only answer? Pradeep Kumar is saying by chat as bonds. Yes, bonds can be given as security.
Fixed deposit.
Fixed deposits. Great. That's all. Sorry, sir?
Jewels.
Gold, basically. Gold jewels. Great. Yes. You can, most of things are covered: shares, debentures, bonds, fixed deposits, immovable properties, gold, even at times plant and machineries. All those can be given as security for loan. Okay. And when you talk about security, you should know about two types of securities. One is the primary security, other one is the collateral security. Okay. The difference is like this. Primary security is the asset that which is created out of the finance provided by the bank. The typical example for this could be a housing loan, a construction loan, where we take money from the bank and with that money, we do the construction. See, out of the money that is taken as loan from the bank, we are creating the asset. Such a security is called as primary security. Okay. Okay. The next one is collateral security. It is a kind of additional security, you can say, which you take, you give that security for taking loan for some other purpose, not which is really connected with the security. See, in housing loan, what you do? See, let us assume you have a nice plot in a good location, a nice city like, say, Delhi, Bangalore, or somewhere. You decide to construct a 2-bedroom house in that. So you work out and you come up with an estimation of, say, 50 lakhs. You approach the bank. They will ask you about the income sources for you, based on which they will decide the repaying capacity of you. And they will decide the quantum of the loan, one based on the repaying capacity and two based on the amount that you really need to do this construction. Okay. Based on that, they will decide the loan amount. They will disperse the loan part by part. As you progress with the construction, part by part, they will be dispersing the loan. So with that money, you can do the construction and later you can repay. This is primary security. The asset is created out of the money that is borrowed from the bank. Okay. The next scenario. You own a business. Let's say you own a nice, let's say it's supermarket which you own in a very good locality. It's a good place where there is a good potential for business. Any business, especially a retail business, needs a lot of working capital. Apart from the money they have invested, the infrastructure for the supermarket, they need to procure stock. Like, no, they need to just get the things stocked. For that, they will be in need of money. Okay, this is working capital. Suppose if the working capital requirement for your business, let's say you need 25 lakhs of working capital for your supermarket business. You go and approach a bank and you say, this is where I own a supermarket, and this is my daily turnover, and I need 35 lakhs of working capital, a loan to be sanctioned for me. Then they will evaluate your business credentials, how much money you are paying in the bank, how much you are withdrawing, all that. They will decide a particular loan amount. Let's say if you're eligible for 25 lakhs, yes, they will be ready to sanction you 25 lakhs, but they will be asking you a security for the 25 lakhs that they are going to issue us loans. Now, let us say you own a apartment Now you can give this apartment as a security to get your working capital for the business financed. Such a kind of security is called as collateral security. In both the cases, the valuer will be valuing those securities based on which the loan amount will be decided. And in these cases, the value certified is market value, and at times it's realizable sale value. This is what will be certified by a valuer when he is doing valuation for secured lending. Before moving to the next, is there any questions on secured lending? Okay. If there are no questions, I will move on to the next one. Next is valuation for liquidation. Okay. What do you mean by liquidation? What do you mean by liquidation? Anyway, I would like to thank you for your stuff. I'm happy that somebody is just paying attention. That encourages me. In spite of the request, most of you have not turned on the cameras. That's fine. But I want at least interaction from you. If you are not interested in switching on the camera, like I leave it to the coordinator to decide. But I definitely want the session to be interactive. Otherwise, it's going to be a waste of time for everyone. You're paying money for this, and 50 hours is too short time to learn valuation. And you're not just learning valuation; you are learning so many other things in this 50 hours. I know everyone will have challenges, but tomorrow nobody is going to come and tell you about the different types of purposes of valuation. And let's make use of the time. So what do you mean by liquidation? Whatever I see, the word liquidation should trigger something in your mind, right? And voice that out. There is nothing called as a wrong answer. Liquidation.
The easy flow.
And distributing
Yeah.
the assets to the liability.
Okay. Great. What my exact question is, what do you mean by liquidating?
When the business comes to an end, the properties of the assets, whatever is there, will be distributed to the people who are lended the money or given loan like that.
Okay. No, I got it, ma'am. See, in case of there are issues with the repayment, they are liquidating it. My question exactly is, what do you mean by liquidation?
It's
Yeah.
Not able to pay the loan back.
Correct. Not able to pay the loan.
distribution of assets.
Sorry, sir. Come again.
Distribution of assets for
Estimation. Vishal
distribution
sir,
of assets.
that's not clear. There is some kind of a break. I don't know.
Little network.
Okay. Let me just tell what is liquidation. As everyone was thinking, and if you are saying that when the loan is not repaid for whatever reason it may be, then the bank has an option to liquidate the security that is given in lieu of the loan. Liquidation is nothing but realizing the money that the asset is worth. Means the asset is disposed of in the market by way of auction or by way of some competitive bidding. The asset is disposed and the money is realized. Suppose the outstanding loan of a particular person is 35 lakhs. The asset is brought for auction in the open market and it fetches say 45 lakhs. Yes, the bank will take the 45 lakhs, cover their amount of 35 lakhs of the loan and rest they will give it to the borrower. This process is liquidation. Selling the assets that are given as security. Okay, this is liquidation. Who all does liquidation? The banks, financial institutions, and the ARCs. You know banks, you know financial institutions. What are these ARCs? You can take a guess, nothing wrong. Okay, ARC is asset reconstruction companies. Okay, they are the companies to which the process of liquidation is outsourced. Because liquidation, no, it needs a lot of groundwork to be done, especially liquidation of the land and building assets. It has a lot of challenges, a lot of formalities, a lot of documentation, all that. So, many of the banks outsource the entire liquidation process to these asset reconstruction companies. So, they do the liquidation based on whatever rule is given to them. The next is tax authorities. They can liquidate the assets of the assessees if they are going to default the tax. Let us say a person his income tax liability is say 20 lakhs. He is not paying that. At such a time, the tax authority can attach the asset that is owned by that assessee, dispose it off through auction. That is, they can liquidate it and take the tax due that is pending. So tax authorities can do liquidation, and we have the SARFAESI Act. Okay, and that is again, the SARFAESI Act is an act for the banks. It is a securitization act where the bank is given special powers to directly sell the property without the intervention of the court. Before the SARFAESI Act, if somebody is going to default, the bank has to go and file a petition. So-and-so person has taken so much of loan and they're not repaying it since so much time and they're given this particular asset as security. And you have to ask permission from the court to liquidate it. By the time the banks get the liquidation order, it would have been 20 years. The loan would have turned even much worse. Like the situation would have become much worse. It's a very time-taking process. That's why, as part of the banking reforms, they introduced the SARFAESI Act, the Securitization Act, which gives special powers to the authorized officer of the bank to directly sell the property without going to the court. But there are certain guidelines, there are certain restrictions which they have to take care. Like the person should not have repaid it for 6 months, and the account has turned as a non-performing asset. All that, there are so many conditions. If all the conditions are met, the bank can directly take possession of the property and they can put it on auction, sell it. The authorized officer of the bank, if he signs, that's enough. No need to go to the court. So SARFAESI Act is a very powerful act which safeguards the interest of the banks. And then we have the Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code, the IBC, which is all like formulated by the IBBI. Here again, no, if an account has turned bad and they become insolvent and bankrupt, yes, those as the possession of those assets are taken and they are auctioned. Then we have some special courts called as DRT, the Debt Recovery Tribunals. They also just do the liquidation, order for the liquidation. And in case of valuation for liquidation, the value will certify the forced sale value, the distress value, the auction value, or forced liquidation value. One of this. The next one is any questions on liquidation? Any questions on liquidation? Okay. So valuation for taxation, and mainly there are two types of two different purposes in case of valuation for taxation. One is to compute the probable cost of construction. Like let us say our Narayana Pillai sir is going to build a post bungalow in Pondicherry. Okay. So he is taken up the work. He has got a part loan and a part of his savings he has used, and he has constructed the house. The house is completed. Let us say it is completed in the year sometime. Let's say it's completed in February 2022. So now he should file the income tax returns for the particular financial year. At that time, Narayana Pillai sir has to report that he has spent so much money for constructing the house. That has to be reported as part of your returns to the income tax department. So now, the challenge here is people have money generally. I am not talking about just Narayana Pillai sir, I am talking about all of us. Okay, we have money, but whether that money is there in the account is the challenge. That's what actually income tax department wants to check. Suppose you are constructing a house for 50 lakhs. They want to make sure that you use the money that is in account, not just the unaccounted money. That's what they want to ensure. So they take a valuation report from a wealth tax registered valuer, where the wealth tax registered valuer will inspect the property and the valuer will estimate the probable cost of construction, seeing the measurement, seeing the specification, seeing the different types of materials used. The valuer certified that so and so person has invested this much money in constructing the house. So what you are going to declare as part of your income tax return will be based on the report that is issued here. Okay, the report on cost of consumption. The next one is computation of fair value to compute the capital gain tax. Okay. So what do you mean by capital gain tax? Any idea?
Last year of the value.
Last year of the value. Sorry, sir?
Capital gain
Capital gain
through selling a property.
through selling a property. Capital gain arises when you're selling a property. Excellent. Okay.
Difference of amount from the purchasing of land and after selling it. The difference between both the values.
Excellent. The difference between the value to which you have sold the particular asset minus the value for which you have bought the asset. That is capital gain tax. That is capital gain. Excellent. Excellent. Any other answers? Capital gains. Okay. See, it is something like this. You own an asset. You purchase an asset. Let us take an example here. Okay. Meenakshi ma'am has bought a piece of land that is basically a residential plot. Okay. Let's say in Coimbatore. Okay. She bought it in the year 1995. At that time, she has paid, say, about 5 lakhs to buy that plot based on the prevailing market rate at that time. Okay. Now, in 2022, Meenakshi ma'am decides that let me sell that plot. Okay. So she finds out the right real estate consultants, and finally, in year 2022, let's say in March 2022, she sells the plot for 50 lakhs. Okay. She sells the plot for 50 lakhs. Now you tell me, what is the capital gain?
Sir, land value as on 1/4/2001, index it to 2022, then deduct the sold value minus the indexed value will be the capital gain.
No, I'm okay. Oh, your answer is perfect, ma'am. You have gone into the computation of capital gain tax. But in general, I am asking you, what is the capital gain? Is there a gain here? Is there a gain involved here?
Gain is involved,
definitely. Yeah, gain is definitely there. Okay. And the previous answer I forgot from whom. It was very clear that for how much I sell minus how much I bought, how much I paid to get that. That is the capital gain. Okay, that was one answer before. So what is the capital gain based on that answer?
It will be 45 lakhs.
It's 45 lakhs. Okay. And now Meenakshi ma'am is suggesting to take 2001 to find out the value. Then she wants to even index that and then come up with something else. Okay. And she is very right in saying that. Okay. Now, if you generally think it looks like 45 lakhs is the gain. Okay. Now, any asset that is sold after 1/4/2017, for that, the income tax department has baseline year 2001. That is the base year. Okay. So, if we are selling a property after 1/4/2017, even if you have bought it before 2001, you have to start with the value of the property as on 2001. And they have baseline the index at 100. The index is baseline at 100 for the year 2001. And in 2022, March, the index is about, say, 320. Okay. So now, to find out the capital gain for Meenakshi ma'am, step 1, I have to find the value of this property as on 1/4/2001. That's step 1. Maybe you have to check with the guideline value on that particular date. Then decide how much money Meenakshi ma'am has invested. That the deed will show the amount that she has invested as on the year she has bought it. It is 1995. But we need to find out the value as on 1/4/2001, which is the baseline year. So for that, maybe you can check with the register office or guideline rate. Then you find out that the value as on 1/4/2001 is, let us say, 8 lakhs. Okay. Now, in 2022, she has sold it for how much? How much did she sell, friends?
50 lakhs.
For 50 lakhs, right? Now, the index as on 2001 is 100. The index as on 2022 is 320. Okay.
So into 3.2.
So
into 3.2.
yeah, it is like this. The 8 lakhs on 1/4/2001 is worth 3.2 times as on 2022 based on the indexation. The income tax department, they release something called as cost inflation index every year. Okay. So 2001, they baselined it as 100. And in 2022, just let us say, for the calculation convenience, I am saying it's 320. I think it comes to a different number closer to this. So now the 8 lakhs, if you are valuing it as on today, and as on 2022, it's going to be, as ma'am said, 320 by 100 into 8 lakhs. So can someone help me? 8 lakhs
2560.
So
25 lakhs
the
60.
value, yeah, this is what she termed as indexed value. So the 8 lakhs on 2001 is worth 25.6 lakhs as on 2022. Okay. But for how much price she sold her plot? How much price she has sold her plot? 50 lakhs, right, friends? So now the gain is 50 lakhs minus 26.5 lakhs.
24 lakhs
So
40.
that is the gain. Yes. So 24,40,000 is the gain, capital gain, which Meenakshi ma'am has enjoyed. So she has to pay tax for the 24.5 lakhs, which she's getting as a capital gain, which is 20% of that is charged as the capital gain. If it is going to be a long-term capital gain, it's anything you hold and sell it more than 3 years, that becomes a long-term capital gain. So that's 20%. So whatever profit of about 24 lakhs, 20% of that is going to be the capital gain tax for Meenakshi. Okay. Here the valuer's role is very critical in finding out the value of this property You're going and visiting the property in 2022. But what you have to find is value of this property as on 1/4/2001. This is something which can be done only by a valuer. Chartered accountants cannot find out the value of they can find out, of course, but the valuer only has a competency to do this. So any questions on taxation? Fine. If there are no questions, we'll move on to the next topic. First, do you need break? Fine. I did not get any answers, so let's not break. Let's continue. Okay. If someone needs a break, just tell. We can take a short break, 5 minutes break, so that no, you can refresh.
5 minutes break. 5 minutes break.
Okay. 5 minutes break. We will take in next 5 minutes. Next 2 slides I will complete. We'll take a short break. Okay. Fine. Next is valuation for rating. The property taxes. The municipality fixes property taxes for the buildings that is owned by people. Okay. You know, everyone should be aware of paying property tax. There is a procedure to arrive at the property tax. That is called as rating. So the procedure is like this. For every property, they find out something called as an annual rental value. There is a procedure to do it. And then a percentage of this annual rental value is charged as the property tax for you. This is how the system works. Okay. And again, no, this annual rental value is based on the market value of the property. Market value will be the key everywhere. So based on the value of the property, the valuer computes the annual rental value. And based on the annual rental value, the property tax is fixed. So in these cases, the valuer will be certifying the annual rental value. Okay. I am not asking you whether you have any questions. You have any questions, please interrupt. Next is valuation for land acquisition. So what do you mean by land acquisition?
Land acquired by government for public purpose.
Okay. Land acquired by the government for public purposes is called as land acquisition. Great. Here, in case of valuation for land acquisition, valuation is done to compute the compensation to be paid for the landowners who lose their assets because of compulsory acquisition by the government. The value certified for this purpose is the reinstatement value. Any questions on land acquisition? Valuation for land acquisition?
Yes, sir. I'm Arvel. Land is paid on the government.
Yeah. It's paid by the government, and sometimes the sponsors will pay. Sometimes whoever is taking up this project, they will pay. But the process will happen through the government, through the state government.
And as a value of this, minus of the value.
Sir, sorry, sir, what do you mean by minus of the value? What is that? Can you come again, sir?
Sir, how much of the percentage of
Sir, how much of
minus
the
charge?
percentage of minus charge? Minus for what? No, why should you minus it first? Whatever a valuer certifies as the reinstatement value, compensation has to be paid for that amount. And now they even pay multiples of whatever is certified by the valuer. In these cases, they certify something called as reinstatement value. Okay.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes, sir.
Sir, in that case, cost of land, any built up property is there. The replacement cost of the building will be added.
No, sir, I didn't get your question. In case?
In case building is there, then cost of the land plus the present replacement cost of the asset. I mean
Yeah,
building.
see,
Building.
yeah, when it comes to compensation for which given for the land acquisition, it includes land, building standing on that, trees or crops standing on that, the machinery is installed in that. All that will be compensated.
Yes.
So this is valuation for insurance. When the policy is bought, at the time the asset that is being insured is also valued. At the time of buying the insurance, and when something goes wrong and the customer is going for a claim, at that time also they value to assess the damages that has happened. And in case of insurance, the value certified for this purpose is called as reinstatement.
சோறு திங்காத பிய தின்னு.
I don't know who is that. Sir, in case you're not talking, please put your mics on mute. It's creating some kind of a disturbance here. I'm not able to find out who exactly it is. Whoever it is, please just make sure you mute whenever you want to listen. So in the valuation for insurance, when the underwriting is done, that is before buying the policy, valuation is done. And then again, after the, when something goes wrong, if there is a peril or damage to the goods that you bought, yes, you can go for a claim. At that time also a valuer's role is involved to decide on the claim amount. Okay, we'll continue with valuation for liquidation. Now the time is 2:33. Okay. We'll start again at 2:43. We'll take a 10-minute break. Maybe you can have something like tea or coffee, refresh yourself. We'll continue with various purposes of valuation. Okay. So stay online, don't log out and all. Like maybe have your cup of coffee and join back in 10 minutes. That is at 2:43. Let's be back on our desks. Thank you. Welcome, friends. Shall we resume? Yes. Okay, thank you. The next one is valuation for litigation. Litigation is basically something that is fought out in the court. Valuation is done to compute the monetary value of the asset which is needed by the courts or arbitrators to resolve disputes. Valuation needed by courts for litigations related to family partitions, and the valuation needed for family courts for fixation of compensation, alimony, etc. Like, there are many different needs in litigation itself. Like, always the court, there may be many properties that are subjected to the litigation. But the bank needs to know what is the value of properties. Only based on that, they can give a justice clearly. So the courts, the arbitrators, they look for a valuation report from a qualified professional valuer to get the disputes resolved. And similarly, in case of family partitions and nowadays, a quite common occurrence of the diverse cases where, which involve compensation, alimony, lifetime, this thing and all. For that also, this valuation comes into picture in deciding those things. Here, whenever a valuer gives a valuation report for litigation, valuer goes, inspects the properties, produces the documents, finds out the fair market value, and he gives a valuation report. That valuation report is treated as an expert evidence by the court. Under the Evidence Act, there is something defined as expert evidence. So a valuation report falls under that category. Your valuation report is an expert evidence for the court. Next is valuation for the purpose of buying and selling. Right now, you want to buy a property in a location which you're not very familiar with. Yes, you can take a opinion of a valuer on what will the probable fair market value of the particular property that you're going to buy. You decided to buy a particular property which you like, for whatever reason it may be. You can take a report from a qualified professional registered valuer so that you can get a good bargain. It's not that you have to exactly buy for the amount that the valuer is certifying, but when you know the fair value, you can always bargain for a better price. In case you're buying something, in case you want to sell some asset which you own, at the time also you can take a report from a valuer to know the fair market value. And based on that fair market value that you're knowing through the valuer, you can decide on what amount you can sell, plus or minus the fair value. Then valuation for fixation of fair rent. See, we have lessors, we have lessees. They will look for reports on what is the fair rent of a particular property. And we have the rent authority, or the now we have the Tenancy Act, where every state is having a rent authority, and they sometimes ask for a report on fair rent of a particular property. And there is a slightly different procedure for that, which is slightly different from the regular valuation procedure. Based on that procedure, you can work out the valuation for fair rent, based on which many decisions will be taken by the rent authority, by the lessor lessee themselves. And the next purpose is valuation for partition and probate. Okay. Valuation requested for family partition when partitioning multiple properties. If a family has decided to do partition and divide the assets which the entire family owns between the members of the family, yes, at the time people take valuation report of the different properties, and then based on the value they partition the properties, who can take what and how much area they can take. All that will depend on the value of the individual properties. For that they take. Next one is valuation is requested for probating of wills. Okay. What is a will? What is a will? What is a will, friends? Okay, I will name something. I will come from the bottom. Mr. Vikas. Mr. Vikas. Mr. Tangaraj. Mr. Tangaraj, what do you mean by a will? Yes, sir, go ahead. They're not hearing anything. Hmm. No, the voice is not clear, sir. What is a will?
Like wish.
Like wish. It's a wish. Good. It's someone's wish. Yes. You're partially right. What is a will?
After his absence.
Sir, Pritham, sir, your voice is very feeble. Like, no, the volume, I don't know. You can increase. Any option is there?
After his absence, after his death, it will be acted.
Okay, if a person writes something and after his death it becomes active. Is it?
General language is called
General language
wasiyat.
is called wasiyat. So what is special about that will? Instead of a will, they can go and register in the register office, right?
It's not selling or
Not
buying.
selling or
Will
buying.
wish to give a
Wish
property to
to
somebody.
give a property to somebody. Okay. So it is
Like
just a
it's
wish to
different
give the
process.
property. It's a different process. So it's only a wish, is it? So it's not an official document. Is that what you mean?
No, it's a official
No, it's
document
an
of,
official document of,
from a wish.
from
Like
a wish. Like, okay.
if a person wish to
If a person wish to
change the property name
change
to
the
somebody
property name
else,
to somebody
that
else,
will be
that
document.
will be document. Okay. Okay. Any other opinion about will?
Can I talk to Tamil?
May not understand your topic. I will try to translate what you are talking.
Is that?
Go ahead, ma'am. Yeah, go ahead.
Sekimuttu.
Sekimuttu is the one. Go ahead, sir.
Oh, Tana settlement. It's a correct word.
Dana settlement is something different, ma'am.
Something different.
Will means wheel. Okay.
Whale. So after the death, that is the any persons write the whales. என் ஃபாதர் வந்து டாக்குமெண்ட் ரைட்டர் தான். ஆனா இந்த உயில எழுதுறது பாத்தீங்கன்னா யாருக்கு வேணாலும் இந்த உயில வந்து எழுதி வைக்கலாம். தன்னுடைய சுய சம்பாத்தியத்துல வரக்கூடிய ப்ராப்பர்ட்டிஸ் எல்லாத்தையுமே இந்த டாக்குமெண்ட்ஸ் வந்து உயில வந்து எழுதிக்கலாம்.
Hold on. What ma'am is trying to say, anybody can will their properties to whomever they like.
Yeah.
Okay, but they can just write their wish in a paper. Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, go ahead.
Anybody write ப்ராப்பர்ட்டி எந்த ப்ராப்பர்ட்டியா இருந்தாலும் வந்து இந்த டாக்குமெண்ட்ஸ்ல வந்து அவங்க மென்ஷன் பண்ணிக்கலாம். சோ ஆஃப்டர் த டெத் இஃப் பார்ட்டிஷன் அந்த டாக்குமெண்ட்டை வச்சு பார்ட்டிஷனா பிரிச்சுக்கலாம். அது வந்து யாரா இருந்தாலும் சரி.
Okay, the point is what, and the point here, the important point is the
if
will.
Important one, legal certificate is important one. If relatives, legal certificate important.
Okay, no. We'll finish one. The other thing I will translate. See what she is saying, how to dispose the property which a person owns after his death. That he can write today. He can keep it. He can do a registration, or even if he doesn't do a registration also, a will is a valid document. But that will come into force only after the death of the person who writes it.
It's right, sir.
Till the time
after the death,
it is not an effective document. It comes into effect only after the death of the testator. Testator is the person who writes that will, who owns those properties. And
yes,
if I write a will today, tomorrow I can change. Till my lifetime, I can keep changing it.
If any time changes, lost means time will change. That's a concerned person with full rights available.
Yeah, whatever is the last return will, that will hold good. It can be registered or unregistered. Okay. So coming to
any registration office is registered for this file. Still current regulation, while only for any registration department registered for this file only.
Okay, what she is saying, will can be returned registered in any register office, which is not in your area also, other area also, you can do it. Okay. And these are all something about will. It's a very interesting topic of will. It's good to know. Maybe you can read it. And here, in the will, there is something called as probating of wills. Okay, will, as we discussed, it's a document where a person writes his wish on what to do with the properties that he owns after his death. Okay?
Yes, sir.
That will become effective only on death of the testator, the person who writes it.
Sir, one more doubt.
Yeah.
If the dead person is double married, அதாவது வந்து இறந்து போனவருக்கு இரண்டு மனைவிகள் இருந்தா what is the legal care certificate is eligible? So first wife or second wife?
No. I don't want to go deep into those aspects because our area is not to learn something about will, but to learn about the process of probating. Okay, it's a very big and a long topic which we can discuss for the whole day.
Yes, sure.
But let us listen to what is because again we are running short of time. Sorry for that.
Okay,
and
we
have a process called as probating of wills. Okay, means this is applicable if the property that is written in the will is situated in any of the metro cities. What are the metro cities in India? Metro cities in India.
Mumbai, Delhi, Calcutta,
And
Mumbai.
Mumbai, Delhi, Calcutta. That's it.
Delhi, Kolkata, Mumbai, and Chennai.
You have forgotten Chennai now before. Okay. So if the property is located in any of these metro cities, the process of probating of wills is compulsory. Means, if it is not in a metro city, on the death of the person who has written the will come into effect, and the person who are written as beneficiaries in the will the property get transferred to them. Okay. But
Sir?
the property.
Excuse me.
Yes. Yes, go ahead. Okay. If it is in a metro city, you have to follow the probating process. Then only the property will get transferred. Probating is nothing but a person has written a will, he dies. Now, the beneficiary should go and apply for a probating. Probating means the entire contents of the will, has to be. Yes.
Sir, the metro cities only compulsory for the.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. In metro city, probating is compulsory.
What is the reason, sir? What is the reason, sir?
That is how law is. I don't know the reason for that. Okay, sir. I will tell about probating. Probating, the contents of the will be displayed in the notice board of the concerned sub-register office for a period of say 15 days or whatever they have given a time. The entire contents of the will be displayed in the sub-register office in a public notice board. And along with the contents of the will, the value of the property that is involved in the will, that also should be furnished. Okay. The fair value of the property as on the date of probating should also be furnished. This process is called probating. And to know the fair value of the property on the date of probating, evaluation report is taken from a registered valuer. Okay. This is about probating. Any questions?
So the property of will is mostly important valuations.
No, the question is not clear from S.K. Muthu.
Sir, the வயல்ல வந்து ரெஜிஸ்டர் ஆபீஸ்ல வந்து வேல்யூஷன்
Switch on the video. Manish Agarwal sir, you want to ask something?
No, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Fine. So this is about probating. The contents of the will along with the fair value on the date of probating is displayed in the public notice board for a stipulated period of time. Only if there are going to be no objections during that period, this transfer will happen. If there are going to be objections for whatever reason it may be, that will be duly inquired by the court and then only the transfer will happen. This is probating. Okay, next is valuation for financial reporting. In Companies Act 2013, the declaration of asset value based on the valuation report from the registered valuer, like if you see the balance sheet of the companies, there previously, before Companies Act 2013, there is a column called value of the assets. In that, simply they will write the book value, the value at which they have bought that asset. That will be furnished year on year on year. But Companies Act 2013 has mandated that the fair value as on that particular reporting year should be furnished as part of the balance sheet. And how will they get the value? They will get the value from the report of a registered valuer under Companies Act. They have to take a registered valuation report from a registered valuer, and that value has to be furnished as part of the balance sheet. This is another purpose. And then we have this corporate restructuring. Restructuring means like there will be mergers of companies.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes.
Sorry, the valuation is government
The
or
valuation
market
is
money?
government or
Market
market
value.
money? Market value. Which valuation?
Valuation is registered
Valuation
for
is registered for
market value or government value mentioned.
or government value mentioned. No, you're going back to probating, is it? Your question is related to will and probating, is that? If it is going to be about probating, the value that has to be certified is the fair value of the property as on date of probating, which means it's not the government value, it's the market value.
Okay, sir.
Okay, sir. Okay. And coming back to corporate restructuring, you would have heard news about two companies getting merged, one company acquiring the other company, one company taking over the other company. There are so many different words for this. Split off. They use many different. Hello. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
We are unable to hear you. Is there audio problem?
No, everyone in this group are hearing me. I am not seeing any issue there. Maybe if it is there for you specifically, you can check your internet connection, or maybe you can do a restart. So the Companies Act mandates that valuation report needs to be furnished for the different assets of the companies that are involved in this corporate restructuring. If two companies are getting merged to each other, the Companies Act says that the assets of company A and assets of company B, the value should be declared. And the value that is declared should be based on a report from a registered valuer. This brings us to the end of the first area, which is valuation for different purposes. Any questions on what is covered so far? Next, we'll go into standards and other things. Okay. So we'll quickly browse through standards, valuation standards. Before getting into valuation standards, I would like to generally say about standards. What is standard? Standard is a kind of common language. It is a guideline, it's a rule, it's a definition, and it may be for manufacturing of a product or delivering of a services. It may be for anything. It's an agreed way of doing something. So why we need standards? Using standards saves money. It enables benchmarking. And not only that, the marketplace, your clients need standards. Let's take a simple day-to-day real-life example to understand the importance of standards. What you're seeing in the image is different types of those charger pins you would have come across maybe. This was the scenario some 7-8 years back. Now at least it has zeroed into 2-3 different models only. That time every brand will have a particular uniquely styled charger. Not only different brands have different charger, in a particular brand, different models of mobile will have different chargers. Imagine how much of hardships you would have been put into if you have forgotten your charger. You have gone into some small town, forgetting your charger. Imagine how much of trouble you would have undergone. See, after all, there is an AC power from it, you are charging the battery of your mobile. Such a simple thing. But no standardization. Everyone is put into so much of difficulty. It's a very simple process of charging from the AC thing. They would have standardized it long back. It would have saved a lot of plastics being wasted. It would have safeguarded many from hardships. But of late they have done it, but not fully. But to some extent it is standardized, and we are enjoying the benefit. So like this, standards helps in making life simple and easy. And again, we have the standardized 3-pin plugs. 3-pin plugs, no, in ISI, the Bureau of Indian Standards, they recommend say like a 3-pin plug should be like this. It says that the earth pin, no, should be bigger and thicker. It should be longer. This is the standard which Bureau of Indian Standards gives, but we can't see that so simply. There is a big safety feature built inside the standard. They always insist on having a longer and a thicker earth pin. The reason is when you are going to insert this plug into the socket, by having a longer and a thicker earth pin, what happens is your earth get connected first. Even before the actual power is getting connected, you get the earth connected first, so that even if there is a short circuit, that gets earthed easily without any kind of a risk or a danger to the users. See, the point here is the Bureau of Indian Standards has set a standard for this. If you do based on the standards, you're more safe. Like this, no, standards always helps invisibly. And there is a there is one major incident which really created awareness about these standards. I would say about modern day standards. In 1904, a very dangerous fire broke out in the city called Baltimore in USA, and it was a very big fire. So the neighboring states were called for help. All the neighboring states, New York, Philadelphia, they all sent their fire engines to support and douse this fire. Now, all those fire engines came to Baltimore, and what you see in the picture is something called as a fire hydrant. Normally, the fire engines connect their hoses to this, and then they draw water from this and they fight the fire. But the city of Baltimore has a very uniquely styled fire hydrant. None of the hoses of the fire engines from the other state was fitting into this. So all the fire engines which came there were useless, means not able to be put into use because the fire hydrant is not standard. It's a very uniquely styled thing. What is the end result? The fire went on burning for 30 hours, destroying 2,500 buildings, spread over 140 acres. This accident was an eye-opener about the importance of standards in America. People thought, yes, standards are something important. And next, the classic example of standardization is a container. This was conceptualized by a person called Malcolm McLean in 1950s. He said if it's a container, shipping container, it has to be of this size. The hook should be here. The door should be like this. Everything standardized. What happened as a result of that? The shipping industry was booming. So it's easy. The container gets rotated and you know it's going to be like this. See, whatever we spoke was all about modern day standards. Standards are much familiar in ancient India. Ancient India, there are a lot of things that were standardized. To tell a few examples, see, this is what you're seeing is Tamil language, where no words are defined for say 10 power 5, 10 power 6. Here maybe we will tell up to billion. You know how many zeros are there for a billion? Million, how many zeros? Okay, for a lakh, how many zeros? Friends? For a lakh, it is going to be five zeros. For a million, it is going to be 6 zeros. For a billion, it's going to be 9 zeros. Okay, after that, there will be 2 or 3 terms. But our ancient Indian language has given a word. From 10 power 5, no, they have given a word for everything. For 10 power 6, for 10 power 7, 10 power 8, 10 power 9, 10 power 11, up to 10 power 25. There is a term for that. Okay, this is at a macro level. When you go to micro level, 10 power minus 4, 10 power minus 5, minus 6, and 10 power minus 9 is the size of the atom. For that, they have a word. And it further goes up to 10 power minus 22, which is much, much smaller than even a nano, for which words are defined. Means such a big level and such a minute measurements were in use. That was the level of standardization of ancient India. Fine. Coming to valuation standards. Valuation standards across the world. We have the American Society of Appraisers, who define standards for the Americas, North America and South America. Then for the Europe region, valuation standards are prescribed by the organization called TEGOVA, and they release something called as a blue book, which will have the standards. Then we have the RICS, the Royal Institute of Chartered Surveyors, a UK-based organization, and they have also set a standard. And Australia and New Zealand are following the standards prescribed by the Australian Property Institute. Then coming to our continent Asia, we have Singaporean Institute of Surveyors and Valuers, who define standards that are followed in Singapore. Then we have BOVA, the Board of Valuers, Estate Agents and Appraisals in Malaysia, who set standards for them. And China is using the Chinese valuation standards, a comprehensive and unified standards. And Sri Lanka uses something called as Institute of Valuers Sri Lanka's rules, which the body called Institute of Valuers Sri Lanka was formed by the Act of the Parliament of Sri Lanka. And it's established way back in 1977. And we have the Pakistan Valuation Council. In Pakistan, we have the Pakistan Valuation Council. And they are a non-profit organization, but they follow the RICS standards. What is the case of India? In India, the valuation profession is more self-regulated. It was supported by organizations like Institution of Valuers, and there was no framework or any uniform standards prescribed or mandated in India till the Ministry of Corporate Affairs notified the Registered Valuers and Valuation Rule 2017. Till that time, there is no mandated specified valuation standards in India. And valuations were being done for financial institutions, banks and all, but they had their own set of templates and standards which were used. There is no very general standardization here in India. Sir, please, who are not talking, please unmute. It's creating some distractions. Sir, Kanishka Sarkar sir, I think there is sound from your side. I'm not able to unmute. Sir, Kanishka sir, can you mute yourself?
Okay, sir. Sir, it is already muted.
It is already muted. But where from we get the sound? Fine. And your sound has stopped. Thanks. Okay. And we have the CBDT, which has issued something called as Form O1, which has to be used for all taxation and valuations. And this we can't call it as a standards, but it's a move towards standards. And we have CPWD issuing a book which guidelines for valuation of immovable properties in 2009. And this is compulsory for valuations related to CBDT only. And the Indian Banks Association IBA came up with a handbook on policy standards and procedures for real estate valuation by banks and housing finance institutions in India. And this book is a kind of standard for bank valuations. The Companies Act 2013, followed by the Companies Registered Valuers and Valuation Rules of 2017. Both came into effect from October 2018. As part of this, the IBBI was designated as the authority to administer and perform functions under the said rules. And the valuation standards is defined, and it says that it means the standards on valuation referred to in Rule 18 of the Companies Registered Valuers and Valuation Rules 2017. Rule 18 prescribes valuation standards. The central government shall notify and may modify the valuation standards on recommendations. The committee set up under Rule 19. Okay, it is like this. We had the Companies Act 2013 enacted, and based on that act, we have the Registered Valuers and Valuation Rules 2017. Okay, in that Rule number 18 says the valuation standards will be defined by the central government. Like so valuation standards has to be followed. That will be notified by the central government. That is Rule 18. And Rule 19 says there will be a committee established to advise the government on valuation matters, and that committee will advise the government on which standard to follow. So based on that, they will notify that so and so standards has to be followed. And there is a rule 8 which says that whatever standard is prescribed, that standard should be followed throughout the report. So as of today, India is not having a separate valuation standards. So till time India is going to have its own valuation standards, the government has mandated that any internationally accepted valuation standard can be used. Valuation standards adopted by any registered valuer organization has to be followed by those registered valuers. Suppose you are connected to AARBF. Okay. Whatever AARBF mandates as valuation standard, you have to follow that standard, being a member of that RBO. So work is in progress for Indian valuation standards, but that will be very much in line with the international standards. Till the time the Indian valuation standards is finalized, the committee to advise on valuation matters has recommended use of international valuation standards prescribed by the IBSC. This IBSC, the International Valuation Standards Council, they have released the international valuation standards and they keep updating it, and whenever there are major updates, those the version will be released. IVS is recognized and adopted in more than 100 countries. It's globally agreed high-level standards. And IVSC works closely with national standard bodies, governments, regulators, and service providers to support the adoption of IVS. What are the objectives and activities? And the objective of IBSC is to develop high-quality international standards supporting their adoption and use, facilitate collaboration and cooperation among its members, serving as an international voice for valuation proportion. And IBSC, there are no individual members allowed in that, only organizational membership is possible. And these are the institutions from India connected with IBSC. We have the ICAI, the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, an institutional member of IBSC. Then we have Institute of Cost Accountants of India. They are also institutional members. Then we have Institution of Valuers. Institution of Valuers is recognized as a valuation professional organization, VPO. Then we have the PBI. Then we have Techno India University of West Bengal, which is an academic member of IBSC. And these are the sponsors. It's a non-profit organization funded by these big corporates. The IBSC structure is like this. You have the board of trustees who does the strategy, governance, and fundraising, and you have two parallel boards. One is the standards board, which is a purely technical work that is being done under that, and we have the professional board who concentrates on membership and promoting IBSC. So the IBS is arranged like this. We have the glossary, we have the framework, we have the general standards, and we have the asset standards. Glossary is nothing but the terms that are used are defined. They have gone to a very minute level in defining the words that are connected and not connected to valuation in the glossary part, whatever is used inside that. Then we have the IBS framework. IBS framework is nothing but it's like the preamble. The IBS framework consists of general principle for valuers following IBS regarding objectivity, judgment, competence, and acceptable departures. So these are to be dealt in detail for the standards part. And there are two major divisions. One is general standards, which is common to the different asset classes. You know, asset class is nothing but they are all land and building values. The asset class is that. And apart from this, you have plant and machinery asset class. Then we have securities and financial assets asset class. So this is applicable to all the types of assets and the different purposes of valuation. Where we have IBS 101, which talks about the scope of work. IBS 102, which talks about investigations and compliance. And we have IBS 103, which talks about reporting. IBS 104, which talks about the basis of value. Then IBS 105, which talks about valuation approaches and methods. So this is how general standards is organized. And then we have asset specific standards. We have IBS 200, which talks about business and business interest. IBS 210, which talks about intangible assets. We have IBS 220, which talks about non-financial liabilities. We have IBS 300, plant and equipment. IBS 400 is the real property interest. And 410, development property. And IBS 500 is for financial instruments. Then our syllabus says something about IND AS 16, Indian Accounting Standard 16. It is like this. The Companies Act 2013 mandates that the value of the asset shown in the financial statement should be based on a valuation report from a registered valuer. This is what the company and the Companies Act, the financial statements should be based on a valuation report. The fair value as on that reporting here should be taken from a valuer, and only that should be furnished as part of the balance sheet. This is about IND AS 16. Fine. That brings us to the end of whatever I wanted to cover in this. Before going to the next section, any questions on whatever we discussed so far? Yes, sir, the voice is low, sir. Be a bit louder, sir, please. No doubts? Not even a single doubt for anybody. Any other general doubt also about valuation?
Sir, is there any type of foundation there for valuer?
Boundaries means?
Is there any kind of a foundations?
Foundation, sir.
Foundation.
Is there any? Uh-huh.
It's
For?
like that. If the property value is fair market value is that we assume 10 lakh, and the value can calculate 20 lakhs. That is there any rule or any law that he cannot go so far?
Okay. No. You be specific with the question, sir. I'm not getting a question.
So suppose
Hmm.
the value of fair market value of property is 10 lakhs,
Okay.
and we prepare the valuation report of 20 lakhs.
So the fair value is 10 lakhs. You are certifying 20 lakhs, is it?
Yes. So is there any law or any rules that we cannot go so far from the fair market value, or is there nothing like that?
Okay. See, first of all, it's not a right practice to value something for 20 lakhs, which is worth only 10 lakhs. Okay.
Okay.
The thing is, the law will not be very specific in saying this is right, this is wrong. The law, see, as per the Companies Act, we have a 30-point model code of conduct, okay, which very clearly says if it's going to be fair value or market value, it should reflect what is there in the market. So absolutely there is no scope for us to certify something else. Okay, one is that. Other one is the IBS, the International Valuation Standards. It very clearly says what, how you should consider things, what you should do, what you should not do, all that. Our reports are going to be based on that. Then there is no scope available for us to misrepresent something. Okay.
Okay.
And it's going to be highly dangerous to get into any such act, which at a point may prove very detrimental. So when we say fair value, it has to be fair value.
Okay.
And especially in country like India, it is very difficult to prove the value because you don't have an evidence. Everyone would have come across. People will buy property worth 50 lakhs, 60 lakhs. The document they will write 10 lakhs only.
Yes, so that was a very big issue in our country.
Then no, we can't see already the market value. If you check for the evidence, you get very much less than that. And if you are going to boost up the market value for whatever reason it may be, it's going to be a big problem. So whatever is not fair, don't go for that. It may be quite tempting. People may just force you to do these things.
Sir, I have one more doubt about capital gain.
Yes, sir.
I could not properly understood how to calculate the value in case of capital gain.
Okay. See, the Act says, okay, if you have sold a property after 1/4/2017, okay, they have baseline year 2001 as a base. That's the base.
That point I have understand. But how to calculate this? That we will assume that base price is 2001 guideline rate.
Yes.
Now we sell it in 2021 or 2022. How can we calculate? How will we calculate this?
No, it is very simple, sir. You find out the value of that particular property as on 1/4/2001.
Okay.
You have the rates of land recorded in the sub-register offices.
Yes.
Or you refer to the guideline value, you find out the value of the land as on 2001. Similarly, you have the plinth area rates for buildings as on 2001. CPWD or state PWD, it may be anything.
Yes.
You have the plinth area rates for 2001. Okay. Based on that rate, you work out the value of the building as on 2001.
Okay.
Okay. Now you get the value of the asset as on 2001. Okay. From there, you apply the cost inflation index. In 2001, the cost inflation index was 100. In 2022, the cost inflation index is 320. Okay. So if the value of your property in 2001 is 1 crore, the value of the same property now in 22 is
3.2 crore.
3.2 crore. Yes.
So then there will be no capital gain.
Indexed value. This is the indexed value. Yes.
If the value crosses 3.2 crore, then we have to pay the property gain. No?
Yeah. See, the indexed cost of acquisition as on today is, let us say, that 3.2 lakhs or whatever. How much ever money more than this you are trying to sell the property, that is the capital gain. Okay. And for the gain, if it is individual, you have to pay 20% as the capital gain tax.
20% of the profit gain from the property.
20% of the capital gain.
Okay, 20% of the capital gain.
Yes.
Sir, one thing may I ask, sir?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Sir, suppose capital gain is 25,000, 25 lakhs. If I invest that amount to any long-term bond, then is it will be treated as tax? It will be helpful for tax purpose.
Yeah. You can save capital gain tax by investing the capital gain in some infrastructure bonds.
Long-term bond.
Yeah. And the government has specified certain bonds for you to get exemption from capital gain. So in those products, if you invest, you will not get capital gain.
So that much amount,
Not only that, sir, if you are going to use the capital gain to construct a house,
yes,
you are exempted from capital gain tax.
Sir, actually, I want to know. Suppose my capital gains is 25 lakh. Tax is 20% of that 25 lakh, 50,000. Then how much amount is to be invested in long-term capital gain?
No. See, whatever is the gain, you will be taxed at 20%. Okay. If you are not going to claim any exemptions.
Yes. Yes.
Suppose your gain is 1 crore, you have to pay 20 lakhs as capital gain.
If I like investing in any government bond, then what will be the amount to be invested there?
The entire gain has to be invested there, sir.
Entire gain, that is 25 lakh
Yes.
invested.
Yes, if you are partially investing, the balance part you have to pay tax.
Actually gain amount, if I entire amount invest in the government bond, then I will be tax free.
No, sir, if you are investing it, yes, if you are investing your entire gain into such products, yes, you need not have to pay tax. Sir, but just to restrict our discussion to the scope we have today, see, our scope today is about different purposes of valuation. Okay. In that, there is a valuation for taxation. In that, we have capital gain tax. The procedure is that you have to find the value as on 2001, which is the baseline year.
Yes.
Then index it appropriately to find out the cost of acquisition today.
Okay.
Deduct from the money for which you have sold the property minus your index cost of acquisition will give you the capital gain. Okay.
Sir,
For which you will be taxed at whatever slab is there.
Sir, I am telling you, suppose after indexation, the value that I have purchased in the year 2001, value say nowadays it is that inflation after adding inflation, it costs to 30 lakhs. But today it is market value is 50 lakhs. Then 50 minus 30, 20 lakhs to be invested in government bond.
Yes, whatever is the gain that has to be invested, sir.
Okay.
Okay. And I will share my other PPT. We'll move on to the next session, environmental issues and valuation.
চার্জারটা নিয়ে তো চার্জারটা চার্জ দিয়ে
Friends, you are able to see my other PPT, environmental issues and valuation. Fine. So the syllabus given by IBBI for the topic environmental issues and valuation, which carries a weightage of 3 marks. So like this, we have environment and valuation, differences between the market price and the negative value consequent on environmental impact, then environmental issues of air pollution, water pollution, environmental factors, the effects measured to restore the damage, cost to cure all that. Then the syllabus says outlines of environmental legislations, the Indian Forest Act, the Water Act, the Air Act. In fact, I should read the act name along with the year. Like no, it say whenever we read the name of an act, if you read it with a year, it is always good to remember it. I know engineers are not very happy in remembering years. They feel, no, why should I remember that year and all that? But unfortunately, acts, no. There are MCQs which are specific to the year. They will ask on which year this act is enacted, on which date it is effective from. All those questions are figuring in your MCQs. So it's a good habit whenever we read the name of an act, Just read it along with the year. Say Indian Forest Act of 1927, the Water Act of 1974, the Air Act of 1981, the Environmental Protection Act of 1986. You try reading like that so that you may answer one or two MCQs extra because of this correctly. And then this last related to industrial health and safety. This is what the syllabus says. The agenda for our discussion is going to be all the topics, but in a slightly different order, where we will first discuss about the environmental issues, the impact on the value of the assets, then valuation of assets affected by the environmental issues, laws related to environment, laws related to industrial health and safety, then lastly the concept of ESG. Anyway, it's not in the syllabus, but it's a very interesting concept. Do you know what is ESG? Can someone say what is ESG? Okay, no one to take it. Fine. Fine, let's get into the environmental issues. Before I get to the PPT, let me ask you, what do you mean by environment? What do you mean by environment? What do you mean by environment? It's I think yes sir, go ahead, Vishal sir.
Yeah. Condition where we live and work. Condition in which we live and work.
The voice is not so clear, sir. It's just up and down. What do you mean by environment was my question. Environment, a very simple thing. What do you mean by environment? Okay, let me name somebody. Even I call also, many are not responding. Vikas I called. Vikas. No. Mr. Tangraj?
Things around us, environment.
Sivabalan sir says things around us. Good.
Yes.
Any other answers?
Issue environment, the surroundings affect property value or property market. Being it can
Surroundings that affect the okay. No, my question is very simple. What do you mean by environment? I am not getting into anything else.
surrounding area.
Sir,
Different surrounding.
Surroundings, okay.
the place
Go ahead.
where
Next
we
answer.
live, the air what we breathe and the water what we drink.
Okay, great. The place we live, the air we breathe, the water we drink is environment. Excellent. Any other answers? Mr. Pradeep Kumar. Mr. Nitesh Kumar. Mr. Karthikeyan AJ. Okay. So environment means anything that surrounds us. It can be living or non-living things, that is biotic or abiotic things. It includes physical, chemical, and other natural forces. This is a very generic definition of environment. Environment means anything that surrounds us. It can be living or non-living things, biotic or abiotic things. It includes physical, chemical, and other natural forces. Okay, this is a very generic definition. But the Environmental Protection Act of 1986 defines environment like this. Environment includes water, air, and land. Meenakshi ma'am brought in all the three. Okay, but in a slightly different order, but she has told these three things. Environment includes water, air, and land, and the interrelationship which exists among and between water, air, and land, and human beings, other living creatures, plants, microorganism, and property. This is the definition of environment as per Environmental Protection Act of 1986. Okay. Meenakshi ma'am, can you just read what is there in the slide once for me?
Environment means anything that surrounds us. It can be living, biotic, or non-living, abiotic things. It includes physical, chemical, and other natural forces. The Environment Protection Act 1986 defines environment includes water, air, and land, and the relationship which exists among and between water, air, and land, and human beings, other living creatures, plants, microorganisms, and property.
Yeah. See, if you see the definition as per the Environment Protection Act, they are trying to cover everything. They say environment includes water, air, land. Okay. And the interrelationship which exists among and between water, air, and land, and human beings, and other living creatures, plants, microorganism, and property. So this is the definition given by the Environmental Protection Act. Okay. Can any one of you try to recall the definition as per the Environmental Protection Act of 1986? Whatever it is, can someone recall? Environment means? Come on, friends. Just 4 lines of definition.
It includes water, air, and land.
Okay.
Okay. And the interrelationship which exists among and between.
Interrelationship. Among and between, yes.
Water, air, land.
Water, air, land, yeah. Okay.
And human beings. Other living creatures.
Okay.
Microorganisms.
Plants.
And property.
And property. And this is how the EPA 1986 defines environment. Okay. Now we'll get into the next topic, environmental pollution. What do you mean by environmental pollution? Again, the Act is defining what is environmental pollution. The Act says it defines that in 2 steps. First step, it defines environmental pollutant, which means any solid, liquid, or a gaseous substance, present in such concentration as may be or tend to be injurious to the environment. Okay. So first step, they are defining environmental pollutant, which means any solid, liquid or gaseous substance present in such a concentration as may be or tend to be injurious to the environment. So if something is of a solid, liquid or a gaseous substance is present beyond the specified concentration, okay, which tend to be injurious to the environment, is called as what? Environmental pollutant. Okay. What is environmental pollution? Environmental pollution means the presence in the environment of any environmental pollutant. So they have defined what is a pollutant. Okay. Then presence of a pollutant is termed as environmental pollution. It's a two-step definition. So who is going to repeat the definition of environmental pollution? Environmental pollution. Can someone define environmental pollution? No one. No one, friends? Sir, Manish Agarwal, sir, can you just read the slide for me, environmental pollution?
Hello.
Yes. Please read the slide, sir.
Yes, sir. Environment pollution. The Environmental Pollution Act 1986 defined as environmental pollution means any solid, liquid or gaseous substance present in such concentration as may be or tend to be injurious to environment.
Okay.
Hello.
So anything present beyond the solid, liquid, or gas, if it's present beyond such a concentration or magnitude, so that it is injurious to the environment, that is termed as environmental pollutant, and presence of environmental pollution is termed as environmental pollution. Okay.
Yes, sir.
The major types of pollution: water pollution, air pollution, solid waste pollution. Okay. What is water pollution? Contamination of water or such alteration of physical, chemical, or biological properties of water, or such discharge of any sewage or trade effluent, or of any other liquid, gaseous, or solid substance into water, whether directly or indirectly, as may be or is likely to create nuisance or render such water harmful or injurious to public health or safety. Or to domestic, commercial, industrial, agricultural, or other legitimate uses, or to life and health of animals or plants or aquatic organisms. Okay. So contamination of water is alteration physical, chemical, or biological properties of water. Okay. How that alteration happens? Either by discharge of any sewage or a trade effluent, or any other liquid, solid, or a gaseous substance into water. Either you may do it directly or indirectly, but if you do it, it's contamination. Your action might cause nuisance, and it will also render the harmful water very harmful to the public health or safety, or to domestic, commercial, industrial, agricultural, other legitimate uses, It cannot be put across. Or to life and health of animals or planets or aquatic organisms. So this contamination is alteration of qualities. It's alteration of certain qualities. So the next piece of information is not related to water pollution, but there was a question related to this in the MCQ, so I added it. For drinking water, an average Indian requires around 7.5 liters per day, and for other purposes like washing, bathing, cooking, etc., it's about 50 liters per day, and for metro cities it is fixed as 125 liters per day. And water pollution is broadly classified into two types. One is the community pollutant and the other one is the industrial pollutant. Community is kind of domestic pollutant where the major role is played by sewage water getting and mixing in good water or in the groundwater. And next is plastics, which are non-degradable, which is spoiling many water bodies. Then we have the industrial pollutant, the effluent that is getting discharged from any industry is called as, any discharge from industry is called as an effluent. The effluent discharge from the industry contain water pollutants in the following categories. There are certain oxygen demanding effluents which will take away the active oxygen. Then there are organic effluents and inorganic effluents. This is about the water pollution. So it is 4:05 now. Should we take another tea break so that you freshen up for the rest of the session? Okay, no answer for last 20-30 seconds. So no need of a break. I'm getting I got a chat message saying, okay, sir. Fine, we'll take a break. It is 4:06 now. 4:16. We'll resume. Maybe you can go for your second tea or coffee. Maybe additional, but still for better listening, just freshen up, have your tea. Let's start in 10 minutes. Thanks.
Still. আসলে আছে না ভলিউমটা কি কম করা আছে
না তো
তাহলে কেন ওটা কোনো গন্ডগোল হ্যালো মোটো দেখে
তোমার ক্যামেরাটা
স্টার্ট ভিডিও
এটা তো ক্যামেরাটা চলবে, ক্যামেরাটা বন্ধ করে দাও। আওয়াজটা আসছে না কেন? অল ভলিউম তো পুরো আছে,
না
সব ভলিউম তো বাড়িয়ে দিল।
ওটা কোনো গন্ডগোল নেই
কিন্তু বাচ্চাদের মতন জিনিস পড়াচ্ছে কেন? ওয়াটার পলিউশন, এয়ার পলিউশন, এগুলো তো আমি পড়েছি। ওয়াটার পলিউশন,
plastics দেখছি plastic as well as no we are a
নন বায়োডিগ্রেডেবল ওয়েস্ট। লিখবে না তুমি কথা?
দেখতে পাচ্ছি না ছোট ছোট লেখা sewage community plastics industrial effluent anything discharge out from discharge sticks street school
Friends, welcome back. Shall we start?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. The next one is air pollution. Air pollution refers to a release of pollutants into the air. Pollutants which are detrimental to human health and the planet as a whole. Air pollution occurs from public and industry sources both. This occurs, from public sources. It is through vehicle emissions of the vehicles that are plying on the roads. Most of the vehicles in India run either with petrol or diesel. Diesel engines, no, the emission is more serious one because, as you all know, diesel is not fully combustible. So, the portion which is not combusted, no, that is somehow discharged into the air. And from the industrial sources, the environmental pollution by thermal power plants using fossil fuels poses a serious health hazard to modern civilization. Air pollution by thermal power plants is a contributing factor in the cause of various respiratory diseases and lung cancer and causes significant damage to the property in addition to causing annoyance to the public. Okay. The thermal power plants burning conventional fuels contribute to air pollution in large measure. And there are many gases that are discharged out of this thermal power plants. And the most dangerous being sulfur dioxide, nitrogen oxide, carbon dioxide, and carbon monoxide. Along with these gases, in the air, particulate materials of fly ash, that is fine and minute particles of fly ash, carbon, silica, alumina, all that also fly into the air. This causes some serious health hazards. Like this sulfur dioxide, it can cause acid mist, acid rain, which can destroy the vegetation. And we have nitric oxide emission, which causes some highly irritating effects because nitric oxide combines with oxygen in the atmosphere to form ozone. Okay. Nitric oxide combines with atmospheric oxygen to form ozone, which is highly irritating and responsible for many health hazards. Okay. Friends, tell me one thing, whether ozone is good or bad. Friends? One of you, whether ozone is good or bad?
Ozone is bad, sir.
Sorry?
Ozone is harmful to us because that is why greenhouse effect is due to increase in ozone layer. We feel greenhouse effect.
Okay. So ozone is not good for us, is it?
Yes.
Okay. Then what about the ozone layer? They say ozone layer depletion is a big problem. Ozone layer depletion is termed as a very big problem, no, sir?
Yes.
So ozone is good or bad? Sorry? Yes, sir, come on, go ahead. Okay. Ozone is good when it is there in the stratosphere region where it can filter the harmful UV radiations. Okay. If it is there in the stratosphere, few kilometers above us, yes, it is beneficial for the existence of human beings, where it completely filters out the harmful UV radiations. But if ozone is going to be near us, it's a problem. Okay. So then we have carbon dioxide emission, higher concentration of carbon dioxide, many respiratory problems. And we have the condition called carboxyhemoglobin in the blood and deprives the brain from oxygen. Okay. Fine. So I would like to discuss about three things: greenhouse effect, ozone layer depletion, and acid rain. Before I tell my views, I want to know what is greenhouse effect? What is greenhouse effect? Sir Ankit Jain, sir, give a try. What is greenhouse effect? There is no wrong answer. Just give me a moment. Just give me a moment. I will be back. I'm sorry, friends. Yeah, sorry for that. Thing. Yeah. Can I hear about greenhouse effect from someone?
Sir, warming of Earth surface.
Excellent. Warming of Earth's surface. Because of what?
Sun's energy.
Because of sun's energy. Okay. But sun's energy was always there, right? How come warming happens now?
The environment heat को जब space में transform नहीं होने देता है.
Uh-huh.
कब टेम्परेचर राइज होता है तो ग्रीन हाउस
That's correct, sir. I'm not saying no to that. What I'm asking, same sun, same earth. It's existing since many thousands of years at least. How come things are changing? Why is it getting warmer? What's the reason? What triggers that?
Depletions of trees.
Depletion of trees. Okay. But Ankit, your answer is very right. Like it's about warming. That's correct. Ma'am says it's because of trees. Any other reason for warming up?
pollution, air pollution.
Air pollution in general. Okay. Any specific reason? Okay, fine. Let's go to the next topic. What's the next topic? Three things I asked. Right. One is greenhouse effect, acid rain. What is acid rain? What is acid rain? Okay, what is ozone layer depletion? No answers. I have not heard from at least 75% of the class. I don't know what to tell to the coordinator. Last 3.5 hours.
Sir, rain
Only,
contains dangerous chemical.
Uh-huh. You are talking about the ozone layer depletion, right?
Sir, acid rain.
Acid rain, I'm sorry. Okay, go ahead.
Sir, rain particle contain dangerous harmful chemical.
Uh-huh. Which chemical exactly? You are right. The rainwater contains some chemical. It's acid rain. Which chemical it is?
Precipitations of acidic components, sir.
Uh-huh. Excellent.
Like sulfur dioxide.
Great.
Sulfur dioxide mixed with water.
Yes, sulfur dioxide, nitrogen oxide, all that. Yes, which makes the water acidic. Yeah. Fine. What is ozone layer depletion? Acid rain we'll see in detail. Next slide. Like, what is ozone layer depletion?
Sir,
Mr. Vikas? Mr. Ramesh M?
Sir.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Sir, holes in ozone layer.
Mm-hmm. Holes.
Ozone layer depletion.
Okay. What is the cause for that?
Sir, pollution, sir. Air pollution.
Which air? Which gas?
Carbon dioxide.
For ozone layer depletion, is it?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Chlorofluorocarbon.
CFC gases, right? Chlorofluorocarbons.
Which is emits from the air conditioner and fridge.
Yes, that is nowadays banned. Nowadays they use different gases which are not really affecting the ozone layer. But previously the gases that were used, the CFC gases, are the one which goes and reacts with the ozone and deplete the ozone layer, which is acting as a beautiful filter of all harmful ultraviolet radiations. That is all filtered away by this. But when the ozone layer gets depleted, the harmful rays also enters into the earth, which causes many skin complications. Okay, great. So greenhouse effect is warming of Earth's surface and troposphere, the lowest layer of the atmosphere, caused by the presence of water vapor, carbon dioxide, methane, and certain other gases in the air. That is causing this greenhouse effect. Mainly, this industrial pollution creates this greenhouse effect, because of which the heat from the earth is not able to go out. It is reflected back, and the earth become warmer, which leads to glacier melting and so many other related problems. And next is ozone layer depletion, that is very well discussed. And next is the acid rain. Acid rain describes any form of precipitation that contains high levels of nitric and sulfuric acids. Normal rain is slightly acidic, but if the pH value goes below 5.6, that is termed as acid rain. pH value 7 is neutral, okay. The lower it becomes, that material is turning acidic. The higher from 7 it becomes, the material is alkaline. So a pH value of less than 5.6 is termed as acid rain. What acid rain does?
Spoils the vegetation.
Yes, it spoils the vegetation. As if you are, it is
Soil,
as well as sprinkling acid over your plants and trees.
spoil the soil.
Rejected. Masters on. হলুদ বলতিটা না সাদা বালতিটা
Manish ji.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, I have muted our Manish. Okay.
Yes,
It
sir.
does not.
Manish, sir.
That's fine, Manish sir. We're hearing some crosstalk from your side. It's okay. It is not only damaging the vegetation, it also damages properties and buildings.
Yes. Yes, sir.
Okay, such acid rain can damage your building also. And we have seen about water pollution, air pollution. Now it's the solid waste pollution. Solid waste generally refers to any garbage, refuse, sludge, or other discarded or salvageable materials, including solid, liquid, semi-solid materials resulting from industrial, commercial, mining, agricultural, as well as community activities. And our friend, as Manish has said, that Taj Mahal is one big example for ill effects of acid rain. And hazardous waste means any waste by the reason of its physical, chemical, or reactive, toxic, flammable, explosive, or corrosive characteristics causes danger or is likely to cause danger to the health or environment, whether by itself or in combination with other wastes. In solid waste, there is something which is more dangerous, which is called as the hazardous waste. Hazardous waste means by reason of any of its physical properties, chemical properties, reactive nature, toxic, flammable, explosive, or corrosive nature, causes danger or is likely to cause danger to the health. Sometimes no, individually it does it. Sometimes two such wastes, when they are combined, no, they create some highly, what to say, like highly dangerous effects. And major industrial contributors are pesticide industries, pharma industries, petroleum refining, all that. And the major industrial waste are in the form of mine tailing, coal combustion residues like fly ash in the power plants, construction waste, biomedical waste, which has to be dealt very carefully. Then we have the stone dust, which arises out of marble, granite cutting and processing. Then red mud, which comes out of bauxite mining, and we have gypsum from phosphoric acid plants. Okay. Now we are getting to the topic of valuation. What are the general effects of contamination of a property? What will happen to the value of the property if it is contaminated? What will happen, friends? If the property is contaminated, what will happen to the value of that? Yes. The impact of presence of contaminants normally lead to value diminution compared to the open market price. If a property is contaminated, it is all chance that it will fetch a lesser price than the normal market price. The impact therefore means change in the value of the assets on account of presence of contaminants. The impact of contamination can be short term, can be long term. It is necessary to identify the short term or long term impacts. So valuation of a contaminated property. How to do it? First, we have to do the environmental impact assessment. For that, the valuer must have knowledge on the following aspects. The valuer should know about the contaminants, the substances, the contaminants or conditions currently thought to produce contamination. That's a major factor. Then the next is detection, monitoring and abatement. How to detect if there is contamination, how to monitor it and how to reduce it. And what technology is available to reduce it. Then about the legal status. Understanding the legal state of current regulations and court decisions which have greater impact on marketability and value of the asset. What is the law saying? What are the penal provisions in the law if somebody is polluting? If for a particular type of pollution, if the industry has to be fined for say 1 crore, and if you are going to value that property, you should consider that factor because it's polluting, which may lead to some penal charges on them, which will again impact the value of the property. Right? And we have hazardous substances, and we should know about the hazardous substances, what is the cleanup technology available, and we should know about the remediation techniques so that we clean up those contaminants. So when you are valuing a contaminated property, you have to identify the contaminants. You have to recognize the current state of quantification, how much pollution has happened, what type of pollution has happened, how much pollution has happened. Next is understand, study regulations, precedents having impact on marketability and value of assets. Next, try to understand regulations, the law related to pollution. Then compute the cost of the cleanup technology, how much I should spend to clean this up. Then determine the value considering the environmental factors and prepare the report. So what are the general effects of contamination of a property? Can you list out a few? What are the general effects? If a property is contaminated, what is the end result of that? What happens if a property is contaminated? What happened, friends?
Value of the property will reduce.
Great. Value will reduce.
And demand
okay.
also will become less.
The demand reduces, the value reduces.
The
Good.
economic life of the property also will diminish.
Okay. There will be an impact on the economic life of the property. Good. Of the building rather. What else? Let me call some new names. Mr. Ijaz. Mr. Ijaz. Mr. Karthikeyan AJ. Mr. Pradeep Kumar. Okay. Fine. So, if a property is contaminated, there will be a fall in the demand. Naturally, it will lead to fall in the price. Sometimes the asset will be off the market. There will not be any buyers. Imagine dumping a plot which is used as a garbage dumping yard. You own a plot in the outskirts of some city. You never visited that for the last 10 years. All your neighbors would have turned it as a garbage dump. So if somebody even wants to buy something, they will not even think that there is a plot. It will be off the market. And there is always a risk of lawsuit if pollution is from your plot. And there will be challenges in getting that financed. And there is a stigma due to environmental factors. What's that stigma? Stigma due to environmental factors. What is stigma?
Negative value, sir.
Stigma is a negative value. Excellent. But it can be a little more elaborate. So with an example. Yeah, naturally, sir. There will be problem in getting finance.
Risk of lawsuits.
What is no, that's all there, sir. But my specific question is, what is stigma? Ma'am very rightly pointed, it's a negative factor. So I need an example for stigma.
Like in rain, when rain falls, some areas where in short time what we can say MWR or the areas where
Okay, I can put stigma something like this. So you see, when the initial days of this pandemic, say in 2020, if someone is affected by COVID, he recovered fully, he is completely RT-PCR negative. Are we in a mood to go and move along with him in a normal way? There is a kind of a mind block for us, right? He is though the person is completely cured, but still somewhere it acts on back of the mind. Something like that is called stigma. And a typical example I can give for stigma related with our land and building valuation is, I will take an example like Narayana Pillai sir goes for a valuation. Okay, it's an apartment in Puducherry. It's a beautiful sea view apartment. You open the balcony, you can have a view of the sea. It's a very posh apartment. He goes, he measures, everything is as per the plan approval, everything is fine. And he inquires about the prevailing market rates there. People say, yes, sir, it's about, say about 10,000 rupees per square feet is the prevailing market rate in that apartment complex. That's the information he can gather. And he continues inquiring 2-3 people and finally inquires the security there. He also says, yes, sir, nowadays people buy it about 10,000 rupees per square feet. Let's say it's a 2,000 square feet apartment. Okay. So what's the value? 2,000 square feet apartment, the value per square feet is 10,000. How much is it? Come on, friends. It's 2 crores, right? 2 crores the market value, right? And I have the answer from Arun Kumar through chat. Yes, 2 crores is the value. Okay. This is the value in the mind of our Narayana Pillai sir. Okay. Then at the last, he asked the security about the rate. The security says, yes, sir, 10,000 rupees is prevailing there. But for this particular apartment, there is one problem, sir. Narayana Pillai sir goes further and investigates, sir, what happened? He asked the security. 2 months back, somebody committed suicide in that apartment. He gets this information. And this fact is known to many people. It's a paper news. Now, can he certify a value of 2 crores? He cannot, right? Can can we certify the 2 crores now? Tell me yes or no, sir, please.
No, sir.
Can
No, sir.
Narayana Pillai sir certify 2 crores?
No.
If you're saying no, please tell me what is the reason. What's the reason?
But our behavior is changed due to that particular reason. Our way of
Behavior is
seeing that
Mhm.
property changed due to that reason.
But what is there if somebody has suicided? Fine. Those things are gone. They've beautifully painted the house again. What creates that fall in the value? Just that you completely paint your house. Let it cost 1 lakh, let it cost 1 lakh. Value it for 1 crore 99 lakhs. Is that okay? Or not okay? Come on, friends. If nobody is going to respond, it's going to be very difficult to for all of us to understand points like this. Stigma. Why? Okay, how much you will reduce, sir, value? Narayana Pillai, sir, instead of 2 crores, after hearing this news, what value will you certify, sir? Will you certify only 1 crore? Or will you certify 1.5? How much will you certify? Just tell me, nothing is right or wrong. Or anyone tell me how much value is reasonable after hearing the news. And if Pillai sir says 1.5 crores, he will give a 50 lakh discount. Wait. How much is one value? Any other values? Okay, fine. See, the point here I wanted to make here is everyone knows the value is less, but there is no solid reason to justify it. But this reason plays a very major role. This is stigma. It is a kind of perception about the property. It's a perception of others that something is not good. This is stigma. This is our perception. Sometimes perception brings down the value. I was quoting the other example. Ankit Jain's plot, which is in the outskirts of Bombay, he never visited it for the last 10 years. It is used as a garbage dump now. All of a sudden he goes there, cleans it up. He puts a board that it's on sale. Will he be able to sell it immediately? He can sell it. But if he has to sell it for a reasonable rate, he has to wait for some time because there is a stigma effect on that. People have seen that as a garbage dump for years together. That perception will not go away from the mind so easily. So this is stigma. It's more about perception. So the point here is the valuer should understand that the value of a contaminated property may not be measurable by simply deducting the remediation cost from the value as if unaffected. Like if something is contaminated, just by deducting the cleanup cost, you will not get the value because there is a stigma effect attached to that. Though for painting, changing, repairing, for all that you need 2 lakhs only in that apartment of Narayana Pillai sir's valuation, he has given a discount of 50 lakhs. Right? Why that 50 lakhs? That is the stigma. So simply deducting the remediation cost will not help. The stigma has to be considered. So always we have the cost effect, use effect, and the risk effect for the environmentally contaminated properties. And cost effect primarily represent deductions in the cost to remediate. Use effect reflects the utility of the site as a result of contamination, whether it will be fully usable after it is cleaned up. And the risk effect is more to do with the environmental stigma, which is a mindset or which is a perception which cannot be corrected immediately. And going into the next area, laws related to environment, we have the constitutional provisions related to environment. Article 21, right to pollution-free environment. It's a fundamental right of every Indian citizen. Right to pollution-free environment is declared as a fundamental right in Indian Constitution. So it is the duty of the government to give every citizen a pollution-free environment. And we have Article 48A, which imposes duty on the state to protect and improve the environment and to safeguard the forest and wildlife of the country. Then we have Article 51A, which imposes duty on every citizen to protect and improve the natural environment, including forests, lakes, rivers, and wildlife, and to have compassion for living creatures. These are the constitutional provisions related to environment. And there are certain principles and doctrines pronounced by the Supreme Court. One is the principle of absolute liability, where a person who is causing pollution He cannot limit himself that I can give only this much compensation, that much compensation. He has to rectify everything. There is no limit for that. This is about absolute liability. And polluter pay principle is the one who is polluting should pay for the cleanup also. And we have the precautionary principle where government should be proactive and precautionary, taking precautionary steps to prevent pollution. And doctrine of sustainable development, which means sustainable development means you use the resources available for you, no problem. But think about the future. Don't just finish everything now itself. You use, let it be there for future also. That is sustainable development. And coming to the environmental laws, the environmental legislation can be classified into 4 different areas. The general environmental laws and laws related to forest and wildlife, laws related to water, and laws related to air. So the syllabus very vaguely says overview of environmental legislation. So I have just given some important acts, the years and all. So we have the Environmental Protection Act of 1986, which where the central government, it authorizes central government to protect and improve the environmental quality, control and reduce pollution from all sources, and prohibit or restrict the setting up or operation of any industrial facility on environmental grounds. This is about Environmental Act of 1986. Then followed by Environmental Protection Rules based on the Act. Then 1989 we have the hazardous waste management and handling rules. Then objective to control generation, collection and treatment, import, storage and handling of hazardous waste. And 1989 the manufacturing and storage of hazardous chemical rules was defined. Then one more addition to that is on how to handle hazardous microorganisms and genetically engineered organisms or cells which were introduced with the view to protect the environment. Then 1991, the Public Liability Insurance Act to give protection to citizens. Then 1995, the National Environmental Tribunal Act was enacted. Then 1997, the Appellate Authority was created. 1999, Biomedical Waste Management Rules was notified. It's about general environmental laws. Coming to forest and wildlife, we have the Indian Forest Act of 1927, which was amended in 1984. Then we have the Wildlife Protection Act of 1972. Then Forest Conservation Act of 1980. These are the forest related acts. Then we have the environmental legislations related to water. You have the Easement Act of 1882, which allows private rights to use groundwater. See, it's a very old act. 1882, they have made an act related to usage of groundwater. 1897, Indian Fisheries Act. 1970, Merchant Shipping Act. 1974, the Water Act. 1977, Water Cess Act, and 1978, rules were notified. And 1991, we have the CRZ Act, the Coastal Zone Regulation Act, which governs the structures that are near to the seashores and estuaries, backwaters, etc. This was notified. 1982, again, Atomic Energy Act, which deals with the radioactive waste, was enacted. Again, 1987, it was amended, the Air Act. 1988, the Motor Vehicles Act, on how to handle the hazardous materials. And there are many other rules related to this. Anyway, I will share this material with the team. It will be shared with you in turn. And laws related to industrial health and safety. We have the Factories Act of 1948. The Factories Act was enacted with an object to protect factory workers from subjecting to unduly long hours of bodily strain and manual labor. It lays down the employees should work in healthy and sanitary conditions, and precautions should be taken to prevent accidents. Factory Act, however, is applicable only to factories that employ 10 or more workers. This is a very, very frequently asked question. The Factories Act is applicable only to the factories that employ 10 or more workers. A very repeated MCQ. And we have the Mines Act of 1952, basically for mine safety. And again, in this also there is a question. There is a thing called a mine safety committee should be formed in the mines. They will focus and work only for the safety, and that kind of a mine safety committee is mandatory where the mines have employed 100 or more persons. This again a repeated MCQ. 100 or more persons in a mine safety committee is mandatory, and in a factory 10 or more workers, then only Factory Act is applicable. Then we have the Dock Worker Safety Act, Building and Other Construction Worker Act. All these are all laws related to industrial health and safety. Apart from that, there are many acts: Explosive Act, Dangerous Machines Act, Boilers Act, all related to industrial health and safety. So I will take 2-3 more minutes. Already it's 5:03. So that I will logically conclude whatever I wanted to convey. What are the remedies that are available? Tort law remedies. Like, it can be a civil suit or a criminal law remedies. Like, it can be even a prosecution that happened because of pollution. Then we have constitutional law remedies where people can file writ petitions if their fundamental right is violated. Then we have the Public Liability Insurance Act, the National Green Tribunal Act, National Environmental Appellate Authority Act, and the National Green Tribunal Act of 2010, which will give legal remedies to anybody who was aggrieved by environmental issues. So to quickly tell about the Water Act of 1974, it is mainly for prevention of water pollution, and main objective is prevention, control and abatement of water pollution. The Act also aims at restoration of the wholesomeness of water. The Water Act is designed to assess pollution levels and punish the polluters. And the Central Pollution Control Board and State Pollution Control Boards were formed based on this Act. And the constitution of that is given in section 3 that you can read through. And definitely there are questions from Water Act or Air Act, one of them. Very, very, very basic things only. Just one reading, you can, 1 or 2 readings, you should be able to remember those things. And coming to the Air Act, which is a very similar act of Water Act. And here also the same Central Pollution Control Board, State Pollution Control Board, it's all there. And the powers for Central Pollution Control Board and State Pollution Control Boards were defined in that. And the Environmental Protection Act of 1986, which is considered as a very important act, which has covered the aspects of many acts that were existing before this. And there was a report from N.D. Tiwari committee where 200 central and state legislations are passed, and that is all combined. And the present Environment Act is a great significance and importance because all those aspects are considered here. And this act was passed by Parliament on 23rd May 1986. The reason why I have given the date is I have seen such an MCQ twice. 23rd May of 1986, the date on which the Environmental Protection Act was passed in the Parliament. I don't know why that question is asked, but the question is asked in the MCQ. So I put it here. So lastly, about the ESG concept, which is very familiar nowadays, the environmental social governance. Nowadays, the enterprises or big businesses are valued more if they follow environmental social governance related things. if they do a very sustainable practices with zero carbon footprint, and no, they take care of this employee social issues, and they do a very clean governance. If they do all that, those companies are valued higher and given more importance. And the international valuation standards also recommends considering ESG and sustainability. So it is not the syllabus, but it's information good for you to know. And that's all. That is what I wanted to share. And we are at 5:07. Any questions I can take?
Regarding the stigma role,
yes,
the first person is going and asking the nearby people, and then he concluded for 2 lakhs. And later he went to the security and he told something, and he reduces the rate.
Okay. This
So
is
the
story
client is
just
going
to
to
understand. The basic idea is you gather information about such an event.
Yeah, that I understand, sir. But if the client is going to some other valuer and he is giving some other rate, what will be the consequences?
No, the consequence is like this. Okay, see, luckily he met the right person to know the information on what happened there. Okay, the whole challenge with stigma is it is intangible. It is a perception of others. It is not there, which can be physically verified. Okay, you can see. No, there is no way to find this out, right? Physically, unless you make some discrete enquiries there, you cannot find this out. And you enquire 10 people also, those 10 may not be knowing about this also. Those chances are there. That is why stigma, when you know, you have to factor in that. If you don't know, we can't really help on stigma.
Okay, sir. One more thing, sir. The other land, as you told, some garbage things and all. So the client is shifting all the things and is making up the whole place. And after some maybe 6 months or 1 year, the complete area will be in a different position. So the same valuer have to give some other value.
Yeah, as time, see, if he is going to wait for 1 year, yeah, things may change. It depends on how long the impact is going to be there. But the point there is, at least for a shorter duration, that stigma effect will be there. See, you can't clean it up, sell the next day for the market rate, right?
Right, sir.
See, that perception has to be removed from people's mind.
Okay, sir.
That
Yeah, I
manipulation
personally
has gone
seen a
only
plan
after
like
a
that.
month of that incident. See, that the other example, he has gone only after a month of that incident, he came to know. With the same security, if somebody is going to talk about that after 1 year, he would have even forgotten it. It is a perception which will stay for some time. That's all. It will change at one point. But till the point, we will be having problem in disposing that asset.
Right. Okay, sir.
Yeah. Any other questions? Fine. If there are going to be no questions, thanks for the attentive and patient
Can you
listening.
share this PPT, please?
It's already shared with the coordinator team. They will be sharing that with you, ma'am.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Fine, and thanks, friends. Thanks for your patient listening. Yeah, I wish you all the best for your exams. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
वेरी गुड इवनिंग। मेरी आवाज आ रही है आप तक?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Sorry, Vikas, sir, I have taken you 10 minutes. I thought this was the
सबसे
last.
रिक्वेस्ट है, no, not at all, sir, not at all. No issues. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Now, let's start today's session. The topic for which we are now going to face the syllabus is insurance question, which will come in your exam. My request is, please put your presentee in the group so that I can share the respective PDF in that group. तो आप आपकी प्रेजेंटी ग्रुप में व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप में लगाइए, आपका नाम, सिटी का नाम और असेट क्लास। कनिष्क सर, आपका माइक बंद कर दीजिए।
Okay, sir.
Thank you. Now the issue is, आप व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप में अपनी प्रेजेंटी लगा दीजिए, मैं वहां पे स्लाइड शेयर करता हूँ। आप व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप में एक बार मुझे वहां पे आपके प्रेजेंटी लगा दीजिए, तो उस रिस्पेक्टिव ग्रुप में मैं ओके ओके वहां पे, हाँ, अभी जिस ग्रुप में आ रहा है अंकित जैन, अरुण कुमार, या करेक्ट, अभी मैं आपको उस ग्रुप में शेयर करता हूँ आज का डेटा। माइक बंद रखिए। विशाल मोहबे इस ग्रुप में है, गोविंद भारद्वाज,
Yes, sir. Tell me, Vishal is here.
विशाल मोहबे, आपने आपका असेट क्लास नहीं डाला है। It is plant and machinery, I think so.
Yeah, plant and machinery डाला है sir.
हेलो, से रिक्वेस्ट है कि अभी, हाँ ठीक है विशाल सर,
ओके,
मेरे को वो दिखा नहीं होगा। विशाल मोहबे रायपुर, मोबाइल नंबर नहीं लिखा है, ठीक है, आपने असेट क्लास नहीं लिखा है आपके इंट्रोडक्शन में, बाद में लिखा है। हाँ, आपने 3 बार डाला, तो पहले 2 ये मैंने रीड किए थे। ठीक है, 2 ग्रुप के लोग इस तीसरे में भी है। नरेंद्र सेनापली, ओके, श्योर 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 श्योर। आपका नाम, सिटी का नाम और असेट क्लास ऐसा डालना, मतलब प्रेजेंटी कहलाएगा। अभी मैंने आपके दोनों के ग्रुप में स्लाइड शेयर की है, पीपीटी अपना पीडीएफ शेयर किया है, दिखा है क्या सबको? इस पीडीएफ के आधार पे परीक्षा में क्वेश्चन आता है। अंडरस्टैंड? एक 2 मिनट वो पीपीटी ओपन कीजिए। हाँ, एक 2 मिनट अर्जेंटली मुझे 2 मिनट दीजिएगा।
सब लोगों से रिक्वेस्ट है कि वो पीपीटी ओपन करें। नंबर 1। अभी इसमें 2 चीजें लिखिए। आपके सिलेबस में इंश्योरेंस करके एक सेगमेंट है जिसके ऊपर टोटल आपको 3-4 क्वेश्चन आएंगे। वो सारे 4 क्वेश्चंस इस 60 क्वेश्चन में से आएंगे। I have shared you the 60 question PDF. From this PDF, there will be question on insurance. अब अगले 1 घंटे हम जो एक्टिविटी करने वाले हैं इसमें थोड़ा सा समझिए। हम क्वेश्चन पढ़ेंगे, उसके 4 ऑप्शन पढ़ेंगे और उसका आंसर पढ़ेंगे जो साइड में दिया है। मेरी आवाज आ पा रही है अब तक?
जी सर।
सब लोग ओपन करो उसको।
जी सर, ओपन किया।
अभी विशाल सर आप रीड करेंगे फर्स्ट क्वेश्चन से। मिस्टर विशाल। What we will do, we will read the question, 4 option and their answer. अर्पित आप पढ़ेंगे? Have you opened the PDF?
Yes sir.
Okay. पहले 10 क्वेश्चन आप पढ़ेंगे। अब इसका प्रीमाइसेस ऐसा है कि यही क्वेश्चंस आपको रिपीटेटिवली अलग अलग फॉर्मेट से पूछे जाते हैं। फर्स्ट रीडिंग में आपको टर्मिनोलॉजीज गो थ्रू होंगी। सो कुछ चीजें ब्लैंक हो जाएंगी, समझेंगे ही नहीं। सो लेट्स स्टार्ट। अर्पित रीड ऑप्शन एंड देन आंसर।
Which of the following is not insured under standard fire and special perils policy? Option A, goods in factory. Option B, goods in open. Option C, goods in transit by railroad. Option D, goods in godown.
ओके अब इसमें आंसर है गुड्स इन गोडाउन। ये स्टैंडर्ड्स पैरामीटर्स है जो इंश्योरेंस सेक्टर के लिए बनाए गए हैं। ओके नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन।
Okay. The term fire under the fire policy means option A, natural heating. Option B, burning by order of policy, order of public authority. Option C, spontaneous combustion. And option D, accidental ignition.
Answer is accidental ignition.
Next. Which of
Yes.
the following are covered in fire insurance? Option A, raw materials. Option B, semi-finished goods. Option C, packaged material. Option D, all the above.
आंसर भी पढ़ते जाइए, साइड में आंसर भी दिए।
And the answer is all of the above.
Yeah.
Next is
सभी लोग रीड कर रहे हैं, आई थिंक सो। स्पीड इज ओके। सभी लोग इसको 2 बार 3 बार रीड कर रहे हैं। ये फर्स्ट आपको टर्मिनोलॉजी समझनी पड़ेगी, विच इज इंक्लूडेड, विच इज नॉट इंक्लूडेड, और इसी में से 3 क्वेश्चन आपको परीक्षा में रिपीट करेंगे। यस सर। अर्पित नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन।
Which of the following statements is true? Explosion is covered under standard fire and special perils policy. Second is implosion is covered under standard fire and special perils policy. Option A, first is true. Option B, second is true. Option C, both are true. Option D, both are false. And the answer is both are true. Next one is, which of the following meaning of aircraft damage is not correct? Option A is damage by aircraft. Option B, damage by other aerial devices. Option C is damage by pressure waves. Option D, damage by other space devices. And the answer is damage by pressure waves.
Sure. Next question.
Next is, which of the following statements is true? First, terrorism is included in right, strike, and malicious damage. Second is, terrorism is a separate cover at extra premium without right, strike, and malicious damage. Option A is first is true. Option B second is true. Option C both are true. Option D both are false. And the answer is both are false.
Okay.
Seventh question is, terrorism cover for industrial risk is subject to a deductible of 0.5% of total sum insured, 1% of total sum insured, 2% of total sum assured, and 3% of total sum assured. And the answer is 0.5% of total sum assured.
ये इंश्योरेंस इंडस्ट्री के कुछ स्टैंडर्ड पैरामीटर्स है, इंक्लूड करना, स्टैंडर्ड रेट्स लगाना. ये जब आप 5-6 बार रीड करेंगे ना सर, ये अभी अपन ने आज शुरुआत की है, तब आपको रट्टा हो जाएंगे, और जिसमें से 3 क्वेश्चन आते हैं. ओके, नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन 8-1.
8-1. Which of the following is not impact damage covered under standard fire and special perils? Visible physical damage by direct contact with any road vehicle, any rail vehicle, insured oven forfeit on the premises, any animal. And the answer is insured oven forklift on the premises. So next one. Ninth one is, which of the following is not covered under standard fire and special perils policy? First is cyclone, second one is hurricane, third is earthquake, fourth is flood. And all the four are correct.
Okay. Next.
Next, 10th one is, subsidence covered under standard fire and special policy means. Option A, normal cracking. B is settlement. C is bedding down of new structures. D is subsidence of part of the site on which the property stands. And the answer is subsidence of part of the site on which the property stands.
Correct.
Should I continue or someone else?
Yes, continue. Please continue.
11th is, the deductible for act of God perils under standard fire and special perils policy is each 1%. Option A is 1% of each and every loss. Option B is 3% of each and every loss. Option C 4% of each and every loss. Option D 5% of each and every loss. And the answer is 5% of each and every loss.
Next.
The deductible for perils and the perils other than Act of God perils under standard fire and special perils policy. 5,000. Option A is 5,000 for each and every loss. Option B 10,000 for each and every loss. Option C is 15,000 for each and every loss. And option D 20,000 for each and every loss. And the answer is 10,000 for each and every loss.
यहाँ पे एक बार फिर से ये क्वेश्चन पढ़िएगा, ये रिपीट होता है हमेशा.
The deductible for perils other than Act of God perils under standard fire and special perils policy is. Option A is 5,000.
डायरेक्ट आंसर पढ़ना 10,000 for each and every loss.
Each and every loss.
जी.
13th is which of the following is true under standard fire and special perils policy? First one, pollution, which itself results from an insured perils is covered. Insured peril itself result from pollution is covered. Options are first one is true, option B second is true, option C both are true, and option D both are false. And the answer is both the terms are true.
फिर से इसको INT लगाना. Which of the following is true under standard fire and special peril policy? नीचे में से कौन से सच है? Pollution which itself result from insured peril is covered और insured peril itself result from pollution is covered. ये दोनों लाइंस करेक्ट है, ये बार बार आती है.
Okay, sir. Next one is
10 में से 8 लोगों के लिए ये वर्ड्स पहली बार सुने होंगे, तो सिर्फ रीड करो. 4-5 बार इसको बाद में फिर से रीड करके पचाना पड़ता है. ठीक है. सो वी आर नॉट फ्रॉम फायर इंश्योरेंस सेगमेंट, इसलिए अपने को एकदम इजीली समझेंगे ऐसा नहीं है. ठीक है. लेकिन तभी भी अपन ने 60 छाट कर आपको दे रहे हैं सो दैट आपको ज्यादा तकलीफ ना हो. नेक्स्ट सर.
the standard fire and special peril policy automatically covers work of art for an amount not exceeding. Option A 5,000, option B 10,000, option C 20,000, option D 25,000. And the answer is 10,000. Next is which of the following statement is true? First, all disputes regarding claim under the fire policy are to be referred to a civil court. And second is disputes regarding the amount of claim payable are to be referred to
arbitration.
Options are A, first one is true, option B, second is true, option C, both are true, option D, both are false. And the second is true, option B. Disputes regarding the amount of claim payable are to be referred to arbitration. 16. The maximum limit of the adjusted loss of cover under architect's fees add-on cover is 2.5%, option B 5%, option C 7.5%, option D 10%. Answer is 7.5%. 17th is the sum insured under debris removal add-on cover cannot exceed -% of the total sum insured under the fire policy. Option A 2.5%, option B 10%, option C 15%, and option D 20%. Sir, there is
इसका आंसर है
answer is marked
10%.
It's 10%. Okay. Next, 18th one is, which of the following is paid under debris removal add-on cover? Option A is cost of removal of debris. Option B, cost of dismantling. Option C, cost of demolishing. Option D, all the above. And the answer is all the above terms.
Correct.
19th question. Which of the following peril is covered under the policy at extra premium? Impact damage. Option B, brush fire. Option C, forest fire. Option D, subsidence. And the answer is, there are two answers. Impact
No,
damage
no.
and
Answer
forest
is
fire.
forest fire. Forest fire.
Okay.
Forest fire is the answer.
Forest
Which
fire
of
is
the following peril is covered under fire extra premium? Forest fire.
forest fire. Okay. Next, according to policy condition, the fire policy cases cover if the building assured in become unoccupied for more than 15 days, 30 days, 45 days, or 60 days. The answer is 30 days.
जी.
तो आफ्टर 30 days पॉलिसी का क्लेम नहीं होगा सर, इसका यही हुआ ना सर.
जी.
We have to inform within 30 days.
जी.
अंडर
एक
फायर
मिनट है, अभी
पॉलिसी.
हम और किसी और को पढ़ने के लिए बोलते हैं 2 मिनट.
ओके
आपने
ओके
अच्छा पढ़ा 20 क्वेश्चंस.
ओके.
अंकित जैन, क्या आप पढ़ेंगे 21 से?
Yes, sir.
जी.
Okay, thank you.
Under the fire policy,
Thank you.
pro rata average applies when there is A, double insurance, B, over insurance, C, under insurance, D, subrogation.
Subrogation.
Subrogation. The answer is C, under insurance.
जी.
22. Which of the following property is covered under the fire policy if expressly stated in the policy? Books of accounts, business books, computer system record, all of the above. Answer is all of the above. 23rd. If liability for a claim under the fire policy is disclaimed by the insurer, the insured has to be file a suit in a court of law within how many months of the data of disclaimer? Options A 6
Date of
months,
disclaimer.
B 12 months, C 24 months, D 36 months. Answer is B 12 months.
Hmm.
24th one. Which of the following is excluded under deterioration of stocks add-on cover of the fire policy? Act of government, act of municipal authority,
Rationing.
rationing, etc. of
Rationing of power supply.
power supply. None of the above.
None of the above.
Answer is none of above.
None of the above.
25th. Which of the following
Perils.
peril can be add-on
Perils.
cover?
Perils. Perils.
Peril can be an add-on cover at extra premium under the standard fire and special perils policy. A, flood, B, explosion, C, earthquake, D. Cyclone. Answer is C. Earthquake. 26. Which of the following perils is not covered under the Standard Fire and Special Perils Policy? A. Flood. B. Subsidence. C. Bushfire. D. Forest fire.
Bushfire.
Bushfire.
जी.
Forest fire. Answer is D. Forest fire.
Next.
27. Debris removal expenses are covered up to percentage which of the claim amount under Standard Fire and Special Perils Policy. A 1%, B 2%, C 3%, D 4%. Answer is A 1%. 28. Architect fees are covered up to what percent of the claim amount under Standard Fire and Special Perils Policy? A 1%, B 2%, C 3%, D 4%. Answer is D C 3%.
ये बहुत बार आया है क्वेश्चन आर्किटेक्ट फीस का.
29th question. Which of the following statement is true? Terrorism is exclusive under the Standard Fire and Special Perils Policy only. Terrorism can be covered at extra premium along with Freud's strike and malicious damages. First first is true, B second is true, C both are true, D both are false. Answer is C both are true. 30th question. Which of the following statement is true? As per fire policy condition on the happening of a loss, first the insurer have a right to take possession of the premises where the loss has occurred. The insured can abandon the damaged property to the insurer. First is true, B second is true, C both are true, D both are false. A first is true. 31st question. Under the fire policy, sum insured is 1 lakh, loss is 60,000, value of the property at the time of proposal is 1.5 lakh, value of the property at the time of loss is 2 lakh. What is the amount of the loss payable? A 40,000, B 30,000, C nil, D 60,000. Answer is B 30,000. तो इसका
Next. कैलकुलेशन वाले क्वेश्चन आ नहीं रहे तो वो छोड़ दीजिए. अभी कैलकुलेशन वाले और 4-5 क्वेश्चन है वो लेना भी नहीं, वो अभी नहीं पूछ रहे. 32 लो, important.
Which of the following commodities are susceptible to spontaneous combustion? Groundnuts, copra cake, dyes and chemicals, all of the above. Answer is D, all of the above. 30th question. Under earthquake, add-on covers excess is what percent of each and every claim? A is 2%, B 3%, C 4%, D 5%. Answer is D 5%. 34th question. Which of the following is not covered under spoilage, material damage, extension, loss of stocks in process, loss of stocks in godowns, damage to machinery, damage to containers and equipment. Answer is B, loss of stock in godown. Escalation cost added to the fire policy allowed automatic regular increase not exceeding what percent in some insured throughout the period of the policy. A 5%, B 10%, C 25%, D 50%. Answer is C 25%. 36. Which of the following statement is true or false under the fire insurance? Escalation cost applies to building and machinery only. Second, escalation cost applies to fluctuating stocks. Statement 1 is true, statement 2 is true. Statement Both statements are true, both statements are false. Answer is A, statement 1 is true. 37. Which of the following is not covered under the floating policy? Fire floating policy. A. Stocks in process blocks. B. Stocks in godown. C. Stocks in open. D. Stocks in transit. Answer is D. Stocks in transit. 38. Where there is frequent fluctuation in stocks or stock values which of the following provides suitable cover? Fire floating policy. B. Fire policy under escalation clause. C. Fire resentment value policy. D. Fire declaration policy. Answer D. Fire declaration policy. 39. Question. The maximum retention of the premium under the declaration policy is what percent of the annual premium? Option A 10%, B 25%, C 50%, D 75%.
इसमें परसेंटेज वाला क्वेश्चन ज्यादा आते हैं कि किसमें कितना परसेंटेज है. नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन. और आपको एक बता दूं, ये जो अपन क्वेश्चन पढ़ रहे हैं, एक मिनट सर, ये जो क्वेश्चन हम पढ़ रहे हैं ये फर्स्ट एक्टिविटी है. इसमें से आपको 10% 20% ही समझेगा कि क्वेश्चन कैसे आने वाले हैं, क्या टर्मिनोलॉजीज यूज हो रही है इंश्योरेंस में. फिर इसको 3-4 बार जब आप रीड करेंगे तब जाकर आपके दिमाग में फिक्स होगा which policy includes what not, what is true. Okay, go ahead sir. 40 छोड़ दीजिए, 41 लीजिए.
Some insured provisional under fire declaration policy is 1 crore. Rate of premium is ₹1 per mile. Average sum insured is ₹50 lakh. What is the refund premium? A is 5,000, B 6,000, C 10,000, D nil. Answer is A 5,000. 41. Fire resentment value policy is not insured.
Reinstatement value.
Reinstatement value policy is not issued in respect of A building, B plant, C machinery, D plant. Answer is D plant. 42. Under which of the following circumstances market value only is payable under fire resentment value policy? A. Insured is unwilling to reinstate
Reinstatement.
Reinstatement. B. Heavy under insurance. D. Breach of warranty. D. Breach of utmost good faith. Answer is A. Insured is unwilling to restrain. 43. Under which of the following circumstances resentment based basis of statement will not apply under fire reinstatement value policy? A. Insured fails to intimate to the insurer within 6 months of any extended time to replace the damaged property. B. Insured is unable to replace the damaged property. Insured is unwilling to replace the damaged property. D. All of the above. Answer is D. All of above three. 44. Which of the following is correct in relation to fire resentment value policy? Depreciation applied to claim pro rata average applies. A. First is true. B. Second is true. C. Both are true. D. Both are false. Answer is B. Second is true. 45th question. Which of the statement is correct? Fire resentment value policy is granted on building and machinery only, stocks only. Statement 1 is correct. B. Statement 2 is correct. C. Statements are not correct. D. Both statements are correct. Answer is A. Statement 1 is correct. 46. Of the following, which is an optional cover under industrial all risk policy? A. Machinery breakdown. B. Electronic equipment. C. Business interruption, machinery breakdown. D. Business interruption, fire and special perils. Answer is C. Business interruption, machine breakdown. 47. Fire constitutional loss policy pays the insured A. Net profit. B. Standing charges. C. Increased cost of working. D. All of above three. Answer is D. All of above three. 48th question. The turnover of a business consists of A. Variable charges and standing charges. B. Standing charges and net profit. C. Variable charges and net profit. D. Variable charges, standing charges and net profit. Answer is D. Variable charges, standing charges and net profit. 49th question. Gross profit in the context of consequential loss fire policy means A. Turnover minus variable and standing charges. B. Net profit and cost of production. C. Net profit and standing charges. D. Net profit and variable charges. Answer is C. Net profit and cost of production.
Next.
50 question.
G.
Which of the following statement is true? The sum of insured under consequential loss fire policy is to be fixed by the insured. The sum insured is to be computed from the insured account. A first is true, B second is true, C both are true, D both are false. Answer is C both are true. 51 question. Turnover is 20 lakhs. Cost of production is 14 lakhs. Fixed overhead 4 lakhs. Net profit 2 lakhs. Which is the correct sum insured for a constitutional loss policy? A 10 lakh, B 18 lakh, C 2 lakhs, C 6 lakh, D 6 lakh. Answer D 6 lakh.
53
Turnover is,
लीजिए.
which of the following is
53.
first the indemnity period is to be selected by the insured. The period of indemnity may vary from 3 months to 3 years. A first is true, B second is true, C both are true, D both are false. Answer is C both are true. Which of the following statement is true? The sum insured under constitutional losses fire policy should be equal to gross profit of the inder- indemnity period selected. The sum insured should be equal to the net profit of the indemnity period selected. A both first is true, B second is true, C both are true, D both are false. Answer is A first is true. 55 question.
Next question.
Annual amount of gross profit is calculation.
छोड़
56
दीजिए, ये
question.
क्वेश्चन में नहीं आ रहा.
Which of the following is
56
not
लीजिए.
a standing charge under constitutional laws in fire policy?
अब क्वेश्चन में कैसा है, ध्यान दीजिएगा कि नॉट शब्द है. विच ऑफ द फॉलोइंग इज नॉट. ऐसे क्वेश्चन में 3 आंसर रहते हो और एक नहीं रहता है.
A salaries, B office expenses, C cost of stationery, D cost of raw material. Answer is D cost of raw material. 57th question. Which of the following are standing charges? Insurance, A insurance premiums, B rent, C interest on loan and banks, D all of the above. Answer is D all of the above. 59 question. Which of the following must occur before a loss under constitutional loss fire policy become payable? A insured perils must occur. Property is damaged by the insured perils. Insured business is interrupted or affected. D all of the above. Answer is D all of the above. Which of the following statement is true? Constitutional laws fire policy must be taken in conjunction with material damage fire policy. Payment of loss under constitutional loss fire policy is subject to payment of loss under fire material damage. A first is true, B second is true, C both are true, D both are false. Answer is C both are true.
नाउ इट्स अ काइंड रिक्वेस्ट, एक बार सब लोग रीड करो 1 to 60. कैलकुलेशन वाले स्किप करो. बाकी क्वेश्चन इसी में से 3 क्वेश्चन परीक्षा में रहते हैं. हाँ, मुझे पता है आप में से 10 में से 9 लोगों ने पहली बार ये वर्ड सुने होंगे, पेरिल पॉलिसी, terrorism, includes, not includes, percentage, how much percentage applicable, इसको थोड़ा रट्टा करना पड़ता है. Please read it. I am giving you 10 minutes to read in detail. इसमें एक सबसे रिक्वेस्ट है, कुछ रिपीटेटिव क्वेश्चंस हैं वो मैं आपको कुछ टिक करके दूंगा, रीडिंग कंप्लीट करिए। यास्मीन, आपको आवाज आ रही है? यास्मीन, यस,
Sir. Sir.
Chat box, just or no, Arun there.
Sir, I'm there, sir. Meenakshi is there.
Yes, yes. Have you understand the situation which you have discussed from this topic?
Sir, please repeat your question, sir.
For which topic we have in 60 questions. For which type of topic we have in this question?
Under insurance.
Yes. Correct. क्वेश्चन है, इसे अच्छे से देखिए। इसका सरकार सर मीटिंग में वॉइस
Sir.
Sir, not able to hear voice, sir.
Hello, sir. Please.
Narayan Pillai ji, are you there? Audio is not clear. Now it is okay. Okay. Some network problem is there. मेरी आवाज आप आ रही है, मिस्टर सरकार?
Yes, sir.
Okay. मनीष अग्रवाल जी, नारायण पिल्ले जी.
Yes, sir.
इसमें क्रक्स क्या है? रिपीटेटिव नेचर के क्वेश्चन आएंगे.
जी सर.
पॉइंट नंबर 1. पॉइंट नंबर 2, इसको अगर अपने को सॉल्व करना है तो 5-6 बार इन्हीं क्वेश्चंस को रीड करना पड़ेगा.
जी सर.
10 में से 9 लोगों को ये फर्स्ट टाइम आप रीड कर रहे. अंडरस्टैंड? तो ये बार बार आपको रीड करना पड़ेगा, तभी वो दिमाग में फिक्स होगा. ऐसे ये टर्मिनोलॉजी है, वेरी पॉलिसी एंड लाइक दैट. अभी अगले 10 मिनट अगर आपको कुछ क्वेश्चंस होंगे तो पूछिए, अदरवाइज बाय एंड लार्ज एग्जाम के बारे में आपसे डिस्कशन करना चाहूंगा मैं. Any question? If you have any question on any of the topics, please text or keep your mic on and talk to me. These are the 60 questions, out of which 3 to 4 questions comes in exam. You have to read it 6 to 7 times, then you will get to know the exact terminologies, because all of us are new to the insurance terminologies. We are not practicing into it, and I don't think so you are going to practice into that. We are attached to the land and building and plant machinery assessment and respective consultancies. But still, if it is a part of the exam, we should know the answers for the respective questions. For that matter, we have gone through this. Now, please note down few things, tips for the exam, how to crack the paper. Some precautionary measures. For next 10 minutes, I am interested to discuss on a by and large issues. The fact of the matter is after the July, exam pattern is, exam syllabus is going to restructure. By and large topics are same. By and large, the point is, Mr. Kanik Sarkar, are you getting my voice? Now the
Yes, sir.
issue is इसको structured कैसे करना? अब एक schedule लिख लीजिए. Schedule number 1. पहले तो syllabus की hard copy निकाल लेना.
Yes, sir.
हार्ड कॉपी निकालने के बाद टॉपिक वाइज उसका वेटेज दिया है.
Yes.
नंबर 1. नंबर 2, उन टॉपिक्स के लिए रिस्पेक्टिव स्टडी मटेरियल अपने पास है क्या उसकी लिस्ट बनाना, और रिस्पेक्टिव एमसीक्यू बैंक है क्या उसकी लिस्ट बनाना. फॉर एग्जांपल, मैंने जो बुक मेरी शेयर की है उसमें एमसीक्यू आते हैं 4 इथिक्स के ऊपर. डायरेक्ट मेरे जो बुक में जो 3 पेज है 29 पॉइंट्स के. फायर इंश्योरेंस के लिए मैंने जो अभी 60 क्वेश्चन दिए उसमें से 4 क्वेश्चन आते हैं. ऐसे हर एक टॉपिक के आप शुरुआत करेंगे इकोनॉमिक्स, माइक्रो, देन मैक्रो, देन आफ्टर बुक कीपिंग, देन आफ्टर लॉ जनरल, देन आफ्टर लैंड लॉज, एनवायरमेंट इश्यूज, ethics, and one more, 2 more topics are there. अगर आप उसकी लिस्ट बनाते हैं consequently.
Sir, excuse me, sir. Hello.
So yeah, don't worry, Narayan Pillaji. I will repeat in English itself. Don't worry.
Sir, one thing can I say, sir?
Yes.
Sir,
Please go ahead.
Sir, actually, I have gone through the MCQ books, and I have. This is my experience that the questions are there, but the answers are directly not found in the book. Answers cannot only. I have to see the what is correct, that is A or B or C or D, like that. But whenever I am trying to consult with the text, these maximum of these questions are not, answers are not available in the book, in any book actually.
In my book it is available. I will share it with you shortly. Don't worry about it. My concern is your study pattern should be structured. and very smart work you have to execute. Don't study for 1 month, 2 months. Study for only 7 days, 10 days properly and go for the exam with a common sense, which is uncommon commodity in India nowadays. Now the issue is there are total 120 minutes in the exam. Out of 120 minutes, you have there 9090 questions. Out of 9090 questions, you have to attempt 75 to 80 questions. This is the bandwidth you have to restrict. Not go less than 75, don't go beyond 80. If you follow this my principle, which I am telling from last 3 years down the line, 3 to 4 years to all my students, where my 90% students are get passed due to the proper structured way they have followed. I hope you will also follow the same. Now,
Sir, one thing can I ask?
and
Sir?
maximum 80 questions.
Sir, one thing can I ask?
Yeah, go ahead.
Sir, do you share any books of your in our group?
Yeah, definitely I will share. Don't worry. I will share the MCQ bank, share the book also. Don't worry about it. Now the issue is everything is there. Issue is how you prepared yourself, how you structured yourself for the exam. There are 20 marks of case study, which is going to be of 26 marks from July. But before that, you have to pass in itself in the May, June. Understand? So if you follow this pattern, then and then only you can able to qualify the exam. Now, ask your questions. I will guide what to do, what not to do. Anyone can ask question. For everyone's information, my WhatsApp number I am sharing in the chat box. If you have any problem, don't call. Just WhatsApp me with your name and city. I will answer you within 10-20 seconds on WhatsApp. So save my WhatsApp number. If you have any difficulty at any point of time, please text. Don't call. I never received the calls, but definitely I'll answer all the WhatsApp questions which comes for the students. Suppose you go for the exam after 5 days and you get failed, please WhatsApp me what are the questions you have seen. Take my time, call back. I will guide you how to fight back again. But average attempt, it required 5 attempts to crack this exam. My students' average attempt is 2 to 3 attempts. All India average attempts is 5 attempts. So don't rush that within 2 attempts I could not able to qualify. So what to do? Go for the more attempts, 1, 2, 3. But later on, once you get passed, it's a license for lifetime. And IBBI is the future. Numbers are less all across India. So how to develop a business, that we will discuss after you get passed in the continuous education program, CEP. But the fact of the matter is right now you have to focus on how to get 60 marks out of 100, where negative marking is there 1/4. Understand, Ankit?
Yes, sir.
What is the negative marking?
So 1/4, 25.
1/4, yeah, करेक्ट करेक्ट. मतलब 4 अगर गलत होते हैं तो अपना एक सही हट जाएगा. If 4 questions are incorrect, our 1 correct will be deleted itself. Now, any more questions? सब लोग सिलेक्ट any questions if you have in your mind, please ask. Some network issue is there, that's why I'm not opening my video link. I hope my voice is there. Mr. Narayan Pillaji, are you getting my voice? You can make only thumbs up, no issues. If it is okay, make a thumbs up.
Okay, sir. Coming. You're audible.
Yeah, got it. Thanks, Narayanji. Now the issue is, there are 4 or 5 more aspects, then after we'll stop. Issue is, after 4 or 5 fail attempt, you people are stopped to go for the exam. Don't do that. Have a courage. Face the first 2 attempts you required only to understand the computer, MCQ based, their environment. It happens. Your life cycle is not college going students. You all have your own family issues. You all have your commitments. Definitely, Manishji, save my number. I will definitely give you in the in chat box. If you have all these questions, put it into the WhatsApp. Okay. Any n number of time you faced with the problems कि sir इसमें क्या है ये case study ये नहीं हो रहा है, so that time don't stop to ask questions, you know, question to the colleagues, to the teachers, to the surrounding, you know, then you will get an answer. Understand? It generally happens you lose your tempo, and my one student Chaudhary is there, he go for the 32 attempts and then get pass. But he was exceptional child. Understand? I told you just example how it happens. One student is there who is 70 years old. At the age of 70, he went away in the first attempt, he quantified. Mr. Shah Pang Gujarat is a very senior practitioner. So now the issue is how you grasp, how you put your common sense into the battlefield. The common sense which is uncommon commodity in India. So please understand the rules of the game, understand it, apply it. If you don't have that rules, work out on it, get out of the exam room, work out it, and when again with the preparation, go for the exam. And keep in one line, till you get qualified, I am your teacher. So my number is there, which you WhatsApp me, answer will be there. Don't call, just WhatsApp. If it required, we will take a time and we can speak. Number one. But always be in a contact with the seniors and faculties. Get your answers, work out on various issues. There are 11 topics on we have to answer, where the laws is the segment where land laws are there, Compensation Act and various number of Transfer of Property Act. These are the prominent where the 6 to 6 questions are covered on these 2 topics itself, which is close to your practice. Transfer of Property Act and Land Acquisition Act. So in this manner, make out your list, enlist your all the question queries. If you have any problem, WhatsApp me, be in a contact, use selective proper study material MCQ bank, prepare yourself, and then go for the exam. Okay. So from my side, tips are okay. Now you have to work out and get back to me. Now last round, if you have any question, house is open to ask the questions, then we'll stop. I hope there are no questions. So shall we stop here? Is it okay? We'll meet shortly, one-to-one. Get past yourself. If you have any doubt, please ask me. Best luck, best wishes. Have a good, smart preparation. Thank you, Gayatri. Thank you, Manish.
Sir,
thank you. Yes.
Sir, hello, sir.
Yes, go ahead.
Sir, kindly,
Go ahead.
excuse me, sir, kindly give your WhatsApp number in the group.
Just a second. The group means in the WhatsApp group.
Yes, sir.
1 second. What is your group name? Let me check. हाय बीजी, आपका ग्रुप कौन सा है? बहुत सारे व्हाट्सएप. हाय बीजी, कौन से ग्रुप में आपको चाहिए? मिल गया? Have you received? Is it okay? मिला है, मैंने डाला है.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Best wishes. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
We are all